slides, Mathieu?
I have a finger, but not the one you're thinking of, the one that says 1 second.
Okay.
We need to go live on YouTube.
And in the meantime, just a word of logistics. For those of you who are going to speak in a microphone, don't lean in and do like pep, 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 like that, because apparently it's extremely horrible for people that are trying to hear you from across the globe. No, that's not random.
Okay. On a déjà fait ça dans le temps, mais en tout cas. Okay, so, next slide. So welcome. Next slide. I am accompanied today by our president-elect, Charles Carling, our immediate past president, Roseanne Harris, and our executive director, Mathieu Langelier. Next slide. Before we go further, let's review the organizational detail of how we're going to work together during the council. We will not do a roll call of participants. For virtual participants, please modify your Zoom name to indicate your country and the FMA acronym, and then your first name. Only one delegate per FMA and section is allowed as a council meeting participant. All participants have been automatically muted upon entry. Screen sharing features have been disabled, except for the live feed from Sydney. Use the raise hand feature if you wish to make a verbal contribution, and once recognized by the chair, that is me, or sometime depending on the report, somebody else, you will be unmuted. Please note that contributions need to be limited to 3 minutes or less, so please be brief. Next slide. No.
He's still there.
Où est-ce qu'il est, Christian?
Christian is right there.
Ah, okay. Hi. Next slide, Christian. No amendments of motion can be made at council meetings. If there's a need for an amendment, the motion will be postponed after council and submitted into an electronic vote. The chair will ask for a mover and a seconder. Please utilize your raise hand button for this. Use also the raise hand feature in reactions if you wish to make a verbal contribution. Once recognized by the chair, you will be unmuted. Just make sure that everything will go well. For each motion, a poll will be shown on screen. Virtual delegate will have 1 minute to cast their vote. In-person delegate will be asked to raise their voting cards. You should have all of that in front of you. For motions that do not have observable support for or against, delegate will be asked to indicate yes, no, or abstain with the slow down icon using Zoom buttons, and a weighted voting tabulation will be performed by the staff. You may use the chat feature to send your questions to the chair. Observers and other representatives are seeing this live via the IAA YouTube channel indicated on the slide. A recording of this meeting will be available afterwards on the IAA YouTube channel. Next slide. Voting rights. So the council delegate present, 100 of them, out of a total of 171. We've received one proxy from Switzerland, and there's 4 ballots that have been submitted from Colombia, Lithuania, Poland, and Russia. Overall, it makes 129 vote here in the room or submitted out of 171, 84%. So we are good to go in terms of being able to adopt the motions. Next slide. So the first item. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. So there'll be first the statutory committee reports, the executive, the strategic planning, the nomination, audit and finance. And then we'll go into the business agenda, and then you'll have reports from the actuarial standard committee and the education committee. And eventually we will talk about the future events, and you can be planning for the next meeting with us. Next slide. So the motion for approval of the agenda is that the council approve the agenda as presented. Now I need a mover, Thomas, and I need a seconder, Bozena. Please now cast your vote or raise your card. I guess it's you that tell me that's okay.
It's a good practice run. I think we're good.
And next slide.
There's a raised hand from Ludina.
Ne-
Okay, she lowered it.
Next slide. Okay. So yes, good to go for the next one. So since October 16, we had one vote with 3 items, which were approved. And so we don't need to reapprove them, but just to remind you, this was a recommendation of the executive committee on the associate membership policy. There was also the second one on the revision of the internal regulations and the revision of the strategic planning committee protocol. Next slide, please. It is my sad duty to report the death of Desmond Smith earlier this year. Desmond has held many roles at the IAA. Most notably, he held the IAA officer roles from 2011 to 2013, being president in 2012. He has also been chairperson of the Cape Town ICA 2010 committee and member of the Audit and Finance Committee. He has been a mentor to many actuaries and inspired many younger actuaries, including me at the time, and I did have the privilege of knowing him. We also lost Brent Walker. Brent was involved in the founding of our health section and chaired the IACA section from 2004 to 2006. He also was the winner of the IACA Lifetime Achievement Award in 2022. We also just learned yesterday the death of Enrique de Alba. Enrique has been Vice Chair of Education between 2008 and 2013. He was CONAC delegate on the CONAC delegate on the membership committee from 2009 to 2023, and the board member of the Aston section between 2011 and 2019. I would like to ask you to take a minute of silence in memory of Desmond Smith, Brent Walker, Enrique de Alba, and all the other recently departed actuaries that may not have been so extensively active at the IAA, but has nevertheless touched our lives. On a totally different note, I would like to congratulate our association members from reaching milestones. Ara from Romania, AMA from Morocco for reaching their 25th anniversary. The Actuarial Society of South Africa for their 75th anniversary. Next slide. The DAV from Germany for their 120th anniversary. Our host, the Institute of Actuaries Australia for their 125th anniversary, I should for their 125th anniversary. Sorry, the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries from the UK for their 175 years of anniversary. So that's a very good. The statutory committees have been quite active. Next slide, please. Let's look at the EC objective for 2023, which is the first year under our 5-year plan. On the engagement front in 2023, we are putting the emphasis on increasing our representation at key FMA events and will be continually looking for opportunities. We are welcoming invitation to present the IAA and its achievement to your board meetings or events, and we will be looking to address the different needs of FMA, and particularly those in ALOA, as discussed in the Strategic Planning Committee yesterday. On the awareness front, next slide. Oh, okay, okay, there's a timing. We will continue developing the future actuary roadmap through the SOI, so that you'll be asked to approve later today. Also, through the Education Committee, we will explore the possibility of introducing CPD requirements, and we'll look at our syllabus for the perspective of updating it. On the outreach front, we are working to improve communications. After assessing the recommendation of a recent communication study, we are implementing its key elements. We will look further at strengthening our IT support and analyze potential IT solutions for further improvement in communications. To improve the IAA impact, we are introducing a better planning of activities for our Tier 1 supranational with a 5-year vision and a 12-month plan. Succession planning will be formalized, and we will be working on improving the link between advance, sections, forums, and the relationship management team. We have made sure to have an officers also dedicated to section. Under Assure, we have developed a climate action plan, which you're going to hear later, and looking at increasing regional activities. We also intend to expand our focus on women to other forms of diversity and inclusion, and build on the success of the Young Actuaries World Cup to further reach younger actuaries. We will also look closer at diversifying the pool of candidates for key roles and look at maximizing the complementarity of our leadership team. Regarding governance, Audit and Finance just reviewed our risk repository with the view of updating it and making annual assessment. An essential component of the IAA strategy is to develop and maintain beneficial relationships with supranational organizations. The supras are ranked according to the importance of our relationship with them. With level 1, these are the ones that we have a memorandum of understanding with. You can recognize them on the screen. For level 2 organizations, we maintain relations that are more reactive than proactive, based on the topics and opportunities. With level 3 organizations, contacts are limited, but open if the proper opportunity arises. I am now going to focus on Tier 1 supranationals. Yesterday, we've heard Jonathan Dixon, Secretary General of the IAAS, presenting the plans and accomplishment of the IAAS, allowing all of us to submit questions virtually. Topics covered were the upcoming ICS consultation and the IAAS areas of focus, which is for regulatory association, their source of concerns. His virtual presence is a tribute to the strength of the relationship that has been built over the years. The IAA relationship team is currently preparing for the IAA participation for the IAAS Global Seminar in Seattle in the coming month, building on the opportunity to present that we enjoyed last year. Special congratulations to the relationship management team for their continuous dedicated work. Last December, the IAA was invited to make a presentation at the OECD semi-annual meeting. The presentation discussed the impact of inflation and of the financial and economic uncertainty on pension plans and insurance market. In February, the OECD launched their paper on mortality and the provision for retirement income through a joint webinar with the IAA, recognizing the contribution of the IAA and its volunteers to their paper. Thanks again to the OECD relationship management team for their continuous development efforts over many years, without which this would not have been possible. We should not forget to mention the presence of CRTF members at the COP27, through which the task force successfully connected with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Changes for a future collaboration, this time on the adaptation topic, and which opened the door to discussion with the International Sustainability Standards Board. I would also like to mention the collaboration of the International Social Security Association, IESSA, on their 7th paper in development with CRTF. You will hear more about these two later this afternoon with the CRTF reports on activities. Now that I've covered impact and what happened there, let's look at what's happening from a Assure front. You will hear updates from the Actuarial Standards Committee and Education Committee later on the agenda. For the others, the Professional Committee is busy developing an IAN on professional judgments. In conjunction with the ICA 2023, the Advanced Assistance has provided a number of bursary, 59 in person, 54 virtual, plus 48 virtual for university professor, facilitating access to the ICA 2023 to a larger segment of the profession. It will be hosting in a few days the Asia Roundtable to share experience and best practices. Looking past ICA 2023, advice and assistance will provide special attention to the Africa region, as it is the one where there's a greater need and opportunity to improve the presence and contribution of actuaries. This is not that it's not needed elsewhere, but if you look at the map, there's definitively much more association in Africa that are not yet part of the IAA. And so it makes sense, especially that the chair is also from the African region, to focus on that region. Membership committee contribution will be to focus on connecting and working with associate members to support them in their effort to become full members. On the advance front, on the advance front, the insurance regulation is updating the IAA risk book with 12 new or updated chapters and will review 8 more. We have had requests for permission to translate IAA material to local languages. And I'd like you to note that indeed we are encouraging you to do so. It's good to know that you're doing that and asking the permission, but it is a way to make sure that we have a wider distribution and wider sharing. In the Advanced Committee, the 9 forums have increased their sharing activities. The Advanced Committee will be looking at ways to improve the sharing activities of the forum and better connect the forum to the supranational activities and needs. Following a survey of member interest, the cyber risk and artificial intelligence have been identified as topics for discussion across the forum. Increasing member engagement is a key priority. Talking about the member engagement, let's hear about diversity and inclusion, this initiative from the chair of that task force.
Madam President, just a note of the process. We skipped over the approval of the minutes of the past council meeting. So if we could just do that for,
Okay.
It was of course noticed by Gabor, who sent me a note. The second it was skipped, so I recommend we do it for.
Yes,
process.
please. Could we go back to that slide?
As a mover and seconder, please.
How can I? Okay.
We'll put Gabor for mover.
So I guess, so I guess you can read the motion that the minutes of the council be held on, would be adopted as presented. So now need some mover, seconder, all in favor, or voting with your card, and also with your button if you're from online. That's right.
The poll, so.
Okay, I think we're good to go. It looks like it. Thank you.
Yes, I go.
Oh, it does not go. Okay, so, okay, looking at.
Good.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
See, it was a good practice run, number 2. There we go.
It's a practice for the chair too. Okay.
And just for the record, Gabor, if you can be correct, it was seconded by Jason for this. Yeah, okay. In your archives.
So, good thing now we can hear from Lisa. Lisa, the microphone is yours. Oh, Lisa, you need to talk louder or.
Wait. It takes 1 second. The AV guys are doing it.
Okay.
All systems go?
Yes.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night. Thank you all for joining us here today and giving me a couple minutes of your time to listen to the IAA's initiatives with respect to diversity and inclusion. The IAA started its journey with respect to diversity and inclusion by the addition of this to its value statement a couple years ago. And at that point in time, the EC had made a decision to set up a special task force to look at diversity and inclusion with 2 goals in mind. Firstly, looking at diversity with respect to how we, the IAA, operate. And then secondly, looking to see how we can further discussion regarding diversity and inclusion amongst our FMAs. So in terms of what are some of the initiatives and exciting things that have been going on, I think one of the most exciting things that has happened in quite a while has been the launch of the Young Actuaries World Cup. This has been a fantastic initiative in which young actuaries have been encouraged to put forward lots of very, very new and different and innovative ideas. The candidates have been really great. I think the process has been very interactive, and I really would encourage you, if you haven't yet logged on to watch the videos, to do so now. And it really honestly is not too late. Voting closes tomorrow, May 28th. So you can decide who's going to be the winner. Will it be Sissy? Will it be Jose Miguel, Penelope, or Tomas? So give them a couple moments of your time and choose the winner. And hopefully you'll be at ICA 2023's closing ceremony to see who the winner will be. I know I'm pressing the right button. Okay. Okay, thanks a lot. So the committee also celebrated and recognized International's Women's Day earlier this year. And we did this through a series of videos in which we had young female actuaries discussing what the profession means to them. And we also had female leaders talking about advice that they would give younger female actuaries, trying to give some encouragement and reinforcement and looking at, lessons learned over life in terms of how perhaps you may have better work-life balance and set goals for yourself in terms of your career development as well. The next big event that we have taking place is happening again, and tomorrow's a key date. It's going to be the diversity workshop, which is taking place in conjunction with ICA 2023. As you can see, there's a robust panel, many of whom are in the room today, in which they're going to discuss many of the issues regarding diversity. So I really urge you, if you can, to attend the workshop, which will be taking place tomorrow between 2 and 6 p.m. So what we have right now on the screen is our current work plan. From what we have discussed within committee and from surveys that we've had from members, very much what we are looking on is focusing right now on things such as diversity of thought, as well as diversity initiatives as they relate to gender and age. Those are the first two things that we've decided to focus on following a survey that we did carry out with our members. So this is the schedule of activities we have right now. I think key for us in terms of how we, the IAA, look upon and view diversity is a seminar that we're going to put on later this year in terms of unconscious bias for IAA leaders. We think it's going to be a pretty interesting way in which we can look at how we relate to ourselves in the area of diversity, since as a global profession, we just come from so many different cultures and backgrounds. So we had a lunch yesterday, which was really, really interesting, very interactive. Everyone who attended seemed very stimulated, and there was lots of sharing in terms of information. And we were focusing on two key areas in terms of what are FMAs doing with respect to diversity and what areas of diversity are FMAs looking at? And then what can the IAA do in terms of that? So I think we were right in terms of the two areas that we're focusing on in terms of gender and age. But what we also noticed is a number of the FMAs are also focusing on socioeconomic status, as well as race and ethnicity. So I think it's something for us as a task force to look at and reflect on in terms of our offerings for the rest of the year. And in terms of what FMAs are looking for, I think what many people are saying is that we're a global meeting place. So for us right now, lots of sharing in terms of strategic plans with respect to diversity. What have you done? What has worked? What has not worked? Discussion about new initiatives that you might take place. Research regarding diversity. And also, it's a thing whereby they would like the IAA also to lead by example in terms of getting more diversity within our pool of volunteers, which is not quite within our realm of control, but it's something to look forward to and to think about, as well as training. Thanks very much.
Climate risk action plan update. Next slide, I guess. Recognizing the importance of the growing importance of climate and sustainability issues, the issue has put together a climate risk action plan to coordinate activities related to climate issues. That is monitoring the activities of the International Sustainability Standards Board, the ISSB. The ISSB focuses on, the ISSB focuses on the sister organization of the International Standard Board, the IASB, both are under the IFRS umbrella. Placing ISAP 8 regarding sustainability disclosure standards on the strategic action plan for ISAPs. This topic will further be addressed by the ASC chair later in the council meeting. engaging with FMAs and practicing actuaries, the IA committees, task force forum, and section to assess needs and available information regarding a potential international actual note to help actuaries in relationship with IFRS 2 standards on climate risk disclosure, an indication of the interest for future sustainability topics. At various stages of the plan, we will be getting back to you, the council members, to get approval and buy-in. Yes. So there'll be consultation and there'll be a new roadmap as we progress to the developments. So we will continue to plan to develop future expertise by consulting FMAs on your needs and on occasion to help share expertise that you are developing. This would form the basis for an extension of our current plan over the 2023 and 2026 period. Yes. So now we're at the point where you will get a report from the pandemic task force from a chair, Sarah Tepena, who has been very active with the topic. And Sarah, it is yours.
Hear me? Yes, excellent. Hello, everyone. Pleased to be here to give an update on the pandemics task force. So I'm just going to go through a few slides of what we're doing and what we're planning to do over the next few months. Okay. Am I doing it to you, Kristen?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to just flip it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the task force was kicked off last summer and had a little bit of a slow start and some leadership changes. And so as of the end of last year, beginning of this year, we have gotten going again. And so we have now members from 5 continents and 9 countries. And you can see the list of members. I'm not going to read them all, but that's the list of members here. Go ahead to the next slide. Thank you. So this is a summary of our work plan, and this is sort of what we've gotten done so far and what we plan to do. So I'm going to walk through this pretty quickly. The first thing that we did that we thought we really needed to do was collect all of the work on pandemics that we could find from actuarial organizations, from companies, from actuaries around the world. And we have them now housed in a table with links. And if anyone is interested, it's actually a great repository of information. So if you're interested in this, please let us know. We don't plan to maintain this going forward just because it's too much work to keep links updated and add new things. But if you have things that you think belong in this repository, we would like to know about them as well. So then from that, we said we needed to have our first paper. We are, ideally we want to be the climate risk task force. They're our idol committee. So anyway, we decided we'd start out with a very high level paper, and I'll talk about this in a minute, but it's going to be about lessons learned from pandemics, both COVID and previous pandemics like HIV, AIDS, and even others. And so we are hard at work on that. We have, I think, probably about 20 authors and reviewers that have contributed to that paper. And we're in the process of cleaning it up and organizing it and getting a draft back to the task force. I'll talk a bit more about that paper in a second. Some other activities we are planning. We are hoping to do a podcast series, or at least try it. So we're going to have our first podcast coming up soon. Dale Hall from the SOA is going to be he's a great podcast host. If you haven't heard his podcast, they're amazing. And so he's going to help us with the podcast, and that should be coming out pretty soon. And then a couple of other things we're thinking about. First of all, some additional papers, and we've got a list of topics. And thank you to everybody who attended our meeting yesterday, because we got some great input on topics for future papers, as well as things we need to focus on in our first paper. So really, really great session that we had, interactive and very helpful to us as a task force. And then one of the things we've also talked about is what we're calling a multi-committee discussion, just because there's so much going on related to COVID and pandemics and all of the different forums and committees and sections. And we want to make sure that we're getting everybody together and getting all the best thinking together. I mean, just being at this meeting, I've learned of all kinds of activities that I wasn't aware of before. So really great to have a place to share. So we're hoping to kind of make that a little more organized later this year. And then the other thing that we would like is to help facilitate discussions with the supranationals to the extent that pandemics is a topic that they are interested in. We hear that it is something that they're interested in, and we met yesterday with the liaisons of the supranationals and talked a little bit about what we're doing and how we can support their activities with the supras. And then I think I have this on here, but additional papers, we hope to kick 2 more papers off after this meeting, and then maybe complete papers by the end of this year, or at least 1 more by the end of this year. Christian, you can. Thank you. So this is an overview of the lessons learned paper. I have more detail. If anyone's interested, you feel free to ask me. We'll be making a presentation later this week at ICA at the virtual meeting on Thursday. So attend that if you want to learn more, little teaser. But the goal of this first paper is a very short, well, short meaning 20 to 30 pages, but a short paper on lessons learned, and we've broken it out into topics. I'll show you those in a second. We will be talking about all pandemics, and it's really intended to be a forward-thinking paper. Let's not dwell on what happened in the past. Let's look ahead and see how we can be best prepared for future pandemics. And then we will be leveraging the existing work in that repository, like I said, and we will be, we have contributions from all over the world, from many different areas by practice area. Go ahead to the next slide now. So the objectives of the paper are to take stock of where we are in terms of post-COVID, if we are post-COVID, and then provide some advice and direction for future pandemics. Like I said, forward-looking, not dwelling in the past. We would like to showcase what the FMAs are doing. And so there's a lot of references to materials that they've put together, either models or studies or research reports or other things. And we want to make sure we let everybody know what actuaries have done in terms of data modeling, practice area specific things. We'd like to respond to the work of the supranational organizations, and finally, provide an overview of the best and worst practices for collecting data. As we all know, data was a really interesting challenge during COVID, and so we're spending an entire chapter of this paper on data and modeling. Next slide. So the outline of the paper is, again, number 1 is modeling data reporting. Number 2, we go into practice area specific issues by practice area. And then number 3 is really a broader economic and societal impact, because we feel like this is a really important overlay into all of the stuff that comes bubbling up from the different practice areas. We want to talk a bit about financial sector resilience. And finally, the intersection with other societal environmental issues like climate risk, like cyber risk, other things like that. And I believe that is the end of my slides. So if anyone is interested in learning more, please let me know, and I'm happy to talk to you.
I think we could, if you have questions, Paul, we can have the time for a few questions.
Great. That would be great. Any questions? They were all asked at our meeting yesterday.
So clear.
Yeah, right. Of course. Okay. Well, let me know if you're interested in learning more. I'm happy to share, and I will be around. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I guess as I was thinking, that would be a good idea to ask question to Sarah. We thought that maybe you would have wanted to ask question to Lisa. So if you want to take that opportunity, I don't know if you have more question than for Sarah. No? Okay. Well, you won. Okay.
Yes, I have a question or comment, perhaps. I appreciate that as a first step, gender and age are considered in the context of diversity and inclusion. It applies to each association, I guess. However, there is another aspect which may not be applicable to individual member associations, except for the very big ones, is culture. However, it is very much applicable to the IAA. So I would encourage the task force to consider a later stage diversity and culture, because it does matter for the IAA to receive the diverse views of various cultures existing all around the world. And it is specific because it is not so much applicable to the individual FMAs. So that's my contribution and perhaps request.
Yes,
if I may.
we definitely agree with you there, Gabor.
Good.
That is something that we have definitely talked about. Because when I first joined the task force, I remember we were exchanging emails, and as Roseanne put it, we want everyone to feel that they can come to the IAA and be their true self and feel comfortable expressing themselves as their true self, and to feel that their views will be understood and heard and accepted. And how we decided to start looking at that is through the training of the sessions on the unconscious bias. In that we think in that way, it would help to expose everyone a bit more in terms of being more flexible and open to understanding different cultures and understanding that we communicate in very different ways. I'm West Indian, so you see me talking and you just see my hands moving. Whereas in some cultures that might seem a bit aggressive, but that's not. That's just how we communicate as West Indians. You know, we kind of like move our hands, but we're not meaning anything by it. So, so I'm just saying that to say we do definitely agree with the point, and it is something that we're thinking about. And the first step is that training we're trying to do later this year.
Thank you. And any more questions? Thank you very much. So Gabor, yes, so next item on the agenda is a report of the Climate Risk Task Force. Gabor Anak, chair of the task force.
Same slide. Okay. So thank you very much. So you may have heard my presentation at the town hall. So it's going to be the same or very similar. Oh, it's different though. Yeah, but probably at the town hall, we didn't have as much time. Perhaps I have a bit of some more time now. So yeah, the council approved the SOI on climate-related risk activities back in May 2020. And the task force was created, the Climate Risk Task Force, CRTF, and the chair of that task force was Micheline up until the end of 2021, I guess, the time when she was elected as president-elect, and then I took over the position of the chair from 2022. And so much of the work is credited to Micheline, I have to say, plus the members of the task force. So the initial goals, and actually the goals are the same as of today, is to promote the approaches. The actual approaches amongst actuaries and beyond actuaries, so non-actuaries as well, in relation to climate-related issues, and to provide educational materials to the actuarial community. Also, one of the tasks is to liaise with and assist international stakeholders. Some of them, at least, there are a few tier 1 or level 1 stakeholders like the IAIS and SIF, with whom the IAA has a long-term relationship, and some of them are second level stakeholders, like the United Nations organizations such as the UNFCCC and the IPCC. IPCC stands for Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And we've been working together with IPCC throughout our work. Next slide, please. So you see the title or description or high-level description of the papers which have been already published, issued. So the first one is a foundational paper, just drawing the attention of climate-related risks to actuaries. The second and third are in a bit similar. It talks about the scenarios, climate-related scenarios. One is an introductory paper, and the second one is more concretely on insurance and other financial institutions. The fourth paper talks about assets and asset portfolios and what climate-related risks mean for valuing assets and asset portfolios, and what actuaries can do or should do or may do in relation to that. The fifth paper is about disclosures and risk management, and the last paper in this series is the sixth paper, which is about adaptation, which is quite recent. So it was published about 2 weeks ago. We hoped an earlier, but that's how it turned out. And there will be a webinar on paper 6 adaptation paper toward the end of June. The reason we couldn't have agreed on a date, it's my fault, because I've been traveling until the IAA meeting, so I was not available until now. But it will be fixed soon, so it will be sometime end of June. And I encourage everybody and your members to come to the webinar and learn about our adaptation paper. In the meantime, as I mentioned, we have good relationships with the IPCC, so the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. This is a UN organization. It's a huge organization. That is the one which Michelin mentioned, which contributes greatly to the COP, Conference of the Parties, which last year was held in Egypt in November, and two of our members, Ray Musulin and Stuart Wazen, participated in those meetings. So Michelin mentioned already that. And we have been working together with the Working Group 1 of the IPCC, which is for the science part of IPCC. It has 3 working groups. Those are big organizations. And jointly we produced a summary for actuaries paper. This is a very good paper, I believe. So it summarizes the 6th assessment report. The IPCC works in cycles. There are 7-year cycles, I guess, and at the end of the cycle, there's an assessment report by the working groups. And so the Working Group 1 produced its 6th assessment report, and this is summarized specifically for the actuarial profession. And there are some actual considerations in that paper. So I think it's a very good paper and appreciate it very much. If we go to the next slide, then you will see some of the papers which are still outstanding. But there are 2 outstanding papers in the series that was envisaged by the statement of intent. Altogether 8 papers. So the 7th paper is about climate-related risk on social security. Now work is ongoing, and Barbara is leading the drafting team, and it has progressed to some extent. So tomorrow we will have a CRTF meeting, and we will learn where actually that drafting team has progressed so far. But the CRTF has approved the outline of that paper. We were happy with that. And the last paper, it's unlike the others. It will be an internal paper, internal looking paper as far as the IAA is concerned. So we will review some of the IAA papers, in particular the ICEPs, IN100, and the risk book if there's any gap, we believe that there could be or should be taken some steps to consider any update of these papers or amendments. But it's up to the owners of these papers to make any changes. So the CRTF will raise any issues that we think that might be considered by the owners, and will produce that paper. And hopefully we will do that by the end of the year. And I believe that both papers, 7 and 8, so on Social Security and the internal paper on IAA documents will have been finished by the end of the year or soon after then. So the CRTF will be disbanded at that point in time when all papers have been produced, and the webinars, usually we hold a webinar after issuing a paper, will have been delivered. So I think the IA will have to consider how to continue. There's a climate related action plan for the IA that was approved, I guess, or was it approved, Micheline? Or will we approve it? The climate action plan. Has it been approved already, or?
This is an EC.
EC, okay. EC has approved. Okay, good. Yeah, I do believe that the IA must continue the work that's been done by the CRTF, but based on different SOI, different perhaps ambitions and principles, and a different task force. I wanted to mention the last paper here on screen. You can see we've been working together with IPCC Working Group 2, which is about vulnerabilities and adaptation. And that's where we come together, adaptation. So we would like to produce a joint paper with them on adaptation, a similar, which is the other joint paper, a summary for actuary type paper on their Working Group 2's assessment report, 6th assessment report. So there's an obstacle that we learned, that the IPCC works on a 7-year cycle. And so the organization, simply speaking, will be dismissed around the half of this year, and a new people will populate the positions. So we'll have to build up the relationships. But we were trying to work with those experts who were behind the 6th assessment report to produce this joint paper with them. So I think that that concludes my, okay, there you can see the members of the climate risk task force, and I think that concludes my presentation. But I would be happy to receive any comment or any question. If I can answer, I will do so. Thank you. So any questions or comments?
Yes, there is a good work which is done, which is great. How do you measure and assess the impact of all the papers and the work that has been done?
Well, I think this is a pioneer work, and not very many actuaries care for climate, but there are quite a number, and the feedback I received is positive. So everybody was happy with that within the IA, and locally as well. So, but maybe I'm biased, and what I hear is, this is what I want to hear. I would be happy to get feedback from you guys. So when I talk to people here, they appreciate the work of the climate task force. And I do think it makes an impact, and it's been worth investing a lot of energy into that, and some of our stakeholders appreciate that. So when we send them a newly published paper, they say thank you very much. We'll consider that. But other than that, I have no further and systematic assessment on the impact of that may be done by the IAA at some point in time. Thank you, Thomas.
Effectively, I can concur here that there's lots of interest for your papers. Some people, these papers sometimes inspire association to get involved into this, some adopt, use the paper for their own purpose. But I think we just heard Sarah mentioning that you were the model. So I think it does indicate some interest and some success over there.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes, please.
This question to Gabor or maybe to Michelle. What I came to know that climate is their TF work almost in the final stage. By 2023, it may be dismantled. But the climate is just started, I believe. Our understanding, concept, everything will be continuous path. So my just only suggestion or understanding that whether this will be still continuing the different level by the different group, or the same group can continue their expertise for the adjustment of the other economic scenario, all other things. What is the development happening for the during next few years? But this can continue on that line or not.
The CRTF is a task force. So the idea of a task force is that it has a mandate. All the different papers that were listed in the SOI. This is when you vote on approval of an SOI, you do look at what is expected from that work. And once the work is done, it's expected that the task force will be disbanded. So, but when you do that, that doesn't mean that the individual are lost. There are other, for example, we're talking of having like a roadmap of future projects. And now we have like individuals that have worked on this. We also have in our mind that it would be nice that not just like task force would be interested by climate, but also committees where all the association are involved. So we're trying to, if you want, democratize the development on climate. But and so that survey in terms of future work will happen sometime this year. It's planned for the end of the year, and getting informed about the development over there.
If I may add, I would urge the IAA leadership or who is responsible to speed up, the survey, which is envisaged in the action plan. So there's a planned survey. Michelin mentioned that, asking our full member associations, our international stakeholders, our sections, and actually those who practice climate-related activities or climate-related risk is their daily business. And then based on the feedback, the IA leadership, the strategic planning committee, and eventually council may want to decide how to continue that. But definitely, I feel there is a need to not to stop, the activities, but the task force will be disbanded. So it's it's an ongoing. But I would urge the IA to speed up, the preparation for the survey. And well, by the end of the year, we may have the results and not starting, the survey. That would be a waste of time, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabor.
Okay, good.
We're back to the report of President and Executive Committee, and we're back with a number of ratification of decisions that have been made or where we need some of your approval. So the first ratification here is the ratification of the appointment of the Advice and Assistance Committee Chair. The motion that the council ratifies it, ratify the Executive Committee's approval to appoint Mohamed Amrani as Chair of the Advance and Assistance Committee. Now I need a mover, Thomas, a seconder, Mike. And now if you could show your cards or vote on the internet, the button. Very good. Yes, we're simply waiting for the electronic poll for the ones on the screen.
The hybrid meeting.
Well, you may, yes. We've seen the result of the room. Oh, okay. I think we can-
Yeah, 2 seconds. Everybody loves the motion.
Yes, okay. Definitely, everyone should ask for it against, but honestly, it looks pretty, certainly the majority. Don't want to, somebody want to, if somebody has a strong opinion against you. No. Okay, that's, well, what would we have an opinion against? Now, I was to invite you, as now that you're in this role, I understand that you have a couple of words that you like to, something that you want to address to the group.
Okay, hello everyone. I am happy to take up this position as chair of the Advice and Assistance Committee. In this regard, I would like to express my gratitude to the Council, to the Executive Committee, and to the Nomination Committee. For me, it is a great privilege. I assure you that I would approach this role with a sense of responsibility, a commitment to the IAA objectives and values, including diversity and inclusion. Thank you once again for your trust and for your support. And not to mention, I am from Morocco, from a small association or developing association. But for me, it's strong signal you issued in accepting to appoint someone from a small association to lead the Advice and Assistance Committee. Thank you very much once again, and I am at your service. Thank you.
Fireside, yeah, sorry, we went too fast. I believe, Mohamed, that you also need some volunteers. And so anybody that be interested in advance and assistance, please contact Mohamed or the Secretariat if you can.
Madam President, if I may, thank you very much. Just, and as you know, we as the IA have been talking a lot over the last many days of meetings in terms of helping associations, helping the development of the profession in areas of the world where it is least developed. And we have talked about having some regional help from some of those associations. We cannot do this without you. We have task forces of the Advanced Committee for Africa, for Asia, for Latin America, for the Middle East that need people. We need you. Otherwise, we will be in the exact same position at the meeting next year. All right. So like, yeah, I think it's clear. Mohammed, was it clear? Yeah. All right.
Our second motion will be about the ratification of the observer status of Actuarial du Monde. So the Council ratifies that the Executive Committee's approval that the Actuaries du Monde obtain the IA observer status. Do I have a mover? Yes. And a seconder? Michael. So all in favor?
Observable support.
Yeah, observable support. So you can rest. We're waiting for the results for the.
But it is still 5 a.m. in parts of Europe, so I guess they're a little slow in voting.
I believe we have in the room Mrs. Gayan Astenian of the Actuarial du Monde. Mrs. Astenian, are you? Will okay. Okay, okay. Well, I was going to offer maybe a few words, but it was probably bad timing. Well, yes, we're definitively welcoming the Actuarial. This other ratification is on the consolidation of the Pension Accounting Committee and the Pension Social Security Benefits Forum. What is happening there is that there was little activity for a while on the pension accounting front. So the conclusion was it was making more sense to consolidate the pension expertise into its most active unit, allowing for fuller discussion, more opportunities to meet, and dedicated resources to track pension accounting change if they were to pop up. So that's, and if I guess if the rationale between what we have there. And so now at this point, we're going to go with the motion, which is to ratify the executive committee's approval to consolidate the PAC and the PBSF. I need a mover. And a seconder. Fred?
Is there questions or discussions? Because we've moved, seconded, now the opportunity for the crowd to ask questions.
That's right. Oh. I just have two trainings, this one and the following one. Well, okay. So any people want to have a discussion on this? I guess that seems to be quite clear. Okay, so I guess going to the vote. Going well, okay. Yes, and then I guess on internet.
It looks like he's not happy with his computer.
It's not working.
The internet is not working.
No, the poll is up.
Okay.
Mathieu, can you start the poll, Mathieu?
That's the previous one.
No, not that one. Okay, sorry. Okay.
All right, got it. Working.
It's working.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the backup, so
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Full support, Madam
Okay.
President.
Okay. Thank you. Next slide, Christian. Strategic Planning Committee. So for the presenting of the activities of the Strategic Planning Committee will be our immediate past president, Rosanna Harris.
Thank you, Micheline. So in my role as immediate past president, I have taken on the chair of Strategic Planning Committee. So picking up where Jan Kars has left off. So if you can go to the next slide. So in terms of my feedback, I'm going to give you just a little bit of a sense of the membership of the Strategic Planning Committee. So remember, this committee is really just an opportunity for member associations to discuss matters that are of strategic importance, and we have a rotating membership of the Strategic Planning Committee. And then what we have on our agenda today are 3 statements of intent. So I'm going to give you a little bit of insight into the work that has gone into putting those together. So I'll talk about the future actuary one, and then Micheline, our president, is going to talk to the water related one, and then I'll talk to the SDGs. And then I'm also going to talk a little bit about the work plan because there's still some more work to do. So go ahead, Christian. Okay, no, next one back. So fast. Okay, so the SPC membership for 2023 is shown on this slide. So I'm not going to say all the names, but you can see organized according to tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And you can see also the rotation of the membership. So the first row are the members who will then rotate off at the end of this year, and then the subsequent year, and so forth. And of course, there are different ways then of the rotating in terms of tier 1. Of course, there's a smaller number, so they rotate in, and we have in terms of tier 2 and tier 3 the draw in terms of participation. So in terms of the work that has been done by the SPC to date, the first piece of work I'm going to talk to is the future actuary work. So what you will have seen published this year already is the first report of the Future Actuary Task Force. And this task force was headed by Jill Hoffman, who unfortunately is not presenting to you today. She has handed that over to me because she is attending her son's graduation, so quite an important event. So that is why I'm presenting today. So Jill has headed up this task force that has already done the first part of this work. So you'll recall that there was a statement of intent that was approved, I think, 3 councils ago, which is the first part of the work of the Future Actuary Task Force. And that involved looking at the risk and opportunity radar around the world and gave rise to the report that you will have seen published on the website last month. And I certainly would encourage you to distribute that report within your associations, because it gives a good sense of the direction of travel of our profession, and particularly where we're wanting to encourage people to be thinking about actuarial careers and building their actuarial careers. Now, as part of that work of looking at the risk and opportunities, one of the ways, or one of the dimensions that we looked at the opportunities around the world was to look at mature economies and fast-growing economies, and to try and understand the needs of those economies and how the actuarial profession can contribute. So let me just give you a sense of some of the things that was covered in that first report and how that has led into the development of our next report, which will follow this kind of gap analysis that you see on the slide. So go ahead to the next one, Christian. So this is the roadmap, as it were, for the profession going forward. What you can see here is the domain knowledge shown in the blue blocks on the right-hand side of the road, and the skills on the left-hand side of the road. I know I come from a country where we drive on the left-hand side of the road, and some of you come from countries where we drive on the right-hand side of the road. So that it's appropriate that we have these on both sides of the road. So the skills essentially set out what we acquire as we essentially build our careers, and if you think about our own individual paths of building our careers, when we start off acquiring our mathematical skills, and then we build into analysis and communication skills, and then we need to learn synthesis. We need to learn applying those skills, our actuarial judgment, and having a growth mindset, and of course, moving into the realm of strategic thinking, leadership, and of course, emotional intelligence. And then when you look at the right-hand side of the road, you see the traditional domains there of actuarial practice. And then as we move forward, there are new areas of practice that have emerged. So you can see there moving into risk management, governance, banking, data science, climate risk, as we've spoken about, and of course, what is now on our horizon, the ESG, which we'll be talking about, as well as artificial intelligence. So we need to think about how this affects our different regions around the world. And as I mentioned, we did that through the dimension of looking at emerging and fast-growing economies. So go on to the next slide. So what we identified through this work that was published in the April report is that, in fact, there's not really a difference in terms of the factors that are relevant to the actuarial profession across the world, but more perhaps in the relative weighting of those. And when we look from a macroeconomic point of view, you can see there on the left-hand side the issues that are of relevance in mature economies, and on the right-hand side, things that perhaps are more relevant or more top of mind in fast-growing economies. You'll find, for example, in fast-growing economies that there may well not be the established practice in terms of traditional areas of actuarial work, like insurance, and whereas those are well established in mature economies, and perhaps different levels of focus in different economies with regards to different areas of work. Interesting, I think it's been mentioned a number of times, Bazana, that here in Australia, you've got what is it, 2/3 of your graduates or of your qualifiers are following the track of data science. Yeah, 65% are following the track of data science. So Christian, go on to the next slide. So what that means is that in terms of the opportunities for fields of development, then because those needs across the different economies vary, then the relative weight of different skills may well be different. So you can see here how those opportunities for actuaries in traditional versus new fields potentially varies, looking at mature economies and fast-growing economies, but you'll also see a lot of commonality. And particularly in the newer areas where we are now exploring the role of the actuary. So the climate risk coming up there, ESG, and of course, artificial intelligence. So let's skip over to the next one, which then sets out our next steps. So why are we proposing then to move on to the additional work? So what you're seeing here in terms of the graphic on the left-hand side, it's the same graphic as I had on the earlier slide, just with different colors. And essentially, the risk and opportunity radar, that's the work that's been done and is available in that paper, which, as I said, is now a resource for our member associations. And may I just stress as well, don't just read the paper, but read all the appendices, because I think extracting from those appendices, you will certainly find elements that are of value to your member association. So the next step then is looking at the skills part of it. So the gap analysis, what is it that we need to have in our skill set in order to take on these opportunities, as well as to address the risks. And of course, this is where the Education Committee has an important role to play. We've now adopted a syllabus structure that is based on a core and elective approach. And the exciting thing about that is that it provides the opportunity for us to build a range of electives that will help us to broaden that skill set that is perhaps appropriate and different for various regions in the world. And so the next piece of work then is then to move on to the supply and demand part, and that's where the statement of intent comes in. You can see there the red blocks, if you can we can read the red bubbles there. And so why are we proposing that we're going to move into looking at supply and demand? Well, it's about proactively preparing the profession for facing these challenges. We want to enhance our competencies, and of course, promoting the role of the actuarial profession, both in our traditional fields of practice, but also in wider fields, and raising the image and profile through a communication strategy. We also want to inspire a younger, new generation of actuaries to make sure we're keeping the profession relevant. And of course, part of that is ensuring that there is an education pathway that's building the required skills. So the proposal is then to extend the mandate of the Future Actuary Task Force and to update its membership as required to address this new objectives here, or the extended objectives. And importantly, that task force will be engaging with our member associations to understand steps that have been taken in your organizations to develop the skill set, and also to develop new areas of demand for actuarial skills, and so that we can build on and leverage the work that has been done around the world. So there's kind of two parts to this. There's the gap analysis and skills development part, and then there is the supply and demand part, which involves understanding our pipeline of actuarial talent, as well as the employers who are likely to be employing those actuaries in the future. So that's really what underpins, I think you can go on to the next slide, which underpins the statement of intent that you've got sitting in front of you at the moment for approval. So
yes, I think we're ready for that. So the motion that you have in front of you is that the approval of the SOI for the IAA activities of Future Actuary Building Supply and Demand, recommended by the Strategic Planning Committee. So any mover? Okay. Any seconder? Malcolm? And discussion, yes. Mike?
I think this is on. Okay, I'd like to say that the SOA does support this action very enthusiastically. We're happy to contribute volunteers, but we do have some caveats. There's two or three. The first one is the document doesn't mention the role of the employer. I don't know if that's an oversight or whatever, but certainly in North America and maybe in other places, you can't have fellows without the support of employers through the actuarial development program. So I'd like to identify that as something that we should take into account. And the second point is the goals look, well, they look rather ambitious. Maybe they should be. So that's good. It also indicates that it will require minimal resources and expenses. That's also good. However, at the same time, it indicates there will be a supply-demand study and there will be a development of a branding campaign. And I don't know, that doesn't sound cheap or inexpensive. In any case, I think we should make sure that we keep the efforts focused and keep an eye on the end goal. So the third point I guess I have is what do we expect to be the impact of this? How do we measure the outcome and how will we know it's successful? It'd be very useful if we had some success criteria built in. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Those are excellent points. And in fact, in terms of the extension of the membership of the task force in order to address these objectives, we have identified the need for representatives or people who can bring the views of the large employers of actuaries, because obviously from a supply and demand point of view, that's absolutely critical. So yes, it is the intention, even though it might not be written into the SOI, but we will make sure that that is reflected in the terms of reference of the task force. In terms of the activities and particularly, as you say, this branding and understanding the supply assessment, the idea there is, of course, to leverage off the work of member associations, and we've referenced some of that work that we're aware of that has been done around the world already in the SOI, but that will be expanded to the extent that there would be additional work that would be required that would have more extensive cost implications, then that would be something that would be brought forward for approval. Oh, the measurement of success, I beg your pardon. So, so yes, the measurement of success is, I think to the earlier question as well, it's a tricky one. So I guess success is measured in terms of usability and impact. And I think that's why it was important that that this whole piece of work in terms of the future actuary work was broken up into these different parts, because we've now got an opportunity to get feedback on the first report and to say, you know, is this useful? Is it being applied? And we certainly want to actively get that feedback in terms of how useful that first report is, and as I said, particularly the appendices to that, because that will inform how we can make this more useful. It is something that is a bit challenging to quantify and measure. You know, whether you measure it by the number of downloads, but perhaps in terms of the discussions and the feedback, particularly on this first report. So I guess all the more reason to appeal to members of council to have a look at that April report and to send us your feedback and comments, because it will inform the next step of the work.
Any other, no, Thomas, yes, Thomas.
Yes, it's more a comment that I would like to make, and my wish would be that in this task force we think a little bit out of the box. We are an old profession with a great need from industries, so there is no question at all about industry asking for actuaries, and we have seen the development with the maps that we have, that there is a great need from industries. But in the same time, in both growing and older countries, there is a reduction of appetite from younger talents from our old profession. It's not only our old professions, but others, accounting and others, have the same issue today. So now there are two ways of thinking. The first one, it's only a question of branding. So we have just to adapt the branding, and as we are proud of our profession and we have the passion of our profession, we will succeed to make younger talents adopt our profession. Just a question of branding. So the first point of view. The second point of view is quite a little bit different, is that we have to rotate a little bit, pivot, and adapt what we are doing to make us a little bit more attractive to youngers. So I think if we keep on the first point, we will go to a failure. And so we have to adapt and think a little bit out of the box to collectively get more younger talents go in the future works to our profession. And so just not a question of branding, but also a little bit of adaptation of each of our practice in the different countries that could be built all together through this task force to go and reach younger talents a little bit more for our profession.
Thanks so much, Thomas. Those are excellent points and certainly not easy to address. But one of the ideas that Jill has had is to reach out to this pool of young actuaries that have participated so enthusiastically in the Young Actuaries World Cup, because it's one thing to get us who are getting a little bit older to think outside of the box, but they are the ones who are going to make us think outside of the box. And so one of the intentions is to be harnessing the fact that these are younger actuaries who've expressed interest in participating in something to do with the IAA and have an interest in the global profession, and to seek their inputs. So looking for those kind of opportunities and reaching out to member associations who have taken those initiatives. I'm aware that there are a number of associations, for example, who have taken steps to have representative boards within their governance structures. that are perhaps more focused on the needs and interests of younger members of the profession. And that's exactly the kind of input that we're hoping to leverage off in terms of when we reach out to the member association. So it's not easy to do, but it certainly is the intention. And yeah, we'll certainly appreciate the suggestions. Thanks, Thomas.
George?
Just the online people.
No, yeah, there's people online. Go.
So, hello. To begin with, I think it is a very good idea to look into the future of the profession. This is one of the things I am really interested in personally, because I see that the actuarial profession is changing and it needs to change it and adapt in order to survive. I have had I've heard a few very good comments regarding AI as well, the one we discussed before, because besides other things, I teach in university, and I used ChatGPT to solve the final exam problems, and it's solved them, pretty easily. So that means things we do now, we won't be able to do in the future because we won't be needed in this direction. But I was wondering, as we discussed the skill set that future actuaries will need, we only think of the actuarial profession per se. I think that maybe in the future, we will be reaching the boundaries of other professions as well, and maybe breaking them as we examine what we must do differently in order to do it better. So if we reach the boundaries of other professions, what do we do then? Have we looked into this? And have we looked into maybe the reactions of people from other professions in this direction? Thank you.
Thanks so much, George, for the comments and the support as well. Yes, absolutely, and I would say that we're probably already there. That we're already reached where we need to collaborate with other professions, and I think there's often the discussion around whether there's other professions that are taking on the roles that were traditionally actuarial roles, and by the same token, there may be other professions who think that actuaries are taking on the roles that are traditionally theirs. But certainly, I think the role of the future actuary is going to involve knowing when it's appropriate to collaborate, when you need to work together with other professions. And I guess that would certainly be another point which the input from member associations will help us with, is the extent to which there are relationships with other professions. So we'll note that. Thank you.
Any further questions, comment? No, I guess we're ready to go to the vote. Please show your card, and those on the virtual, please vote. I see good support, and the same on the. Okay, I guess you can tell Jill that she has some work to do.
Jill. Yes.
Okay, back to the.
No.
Back to you now, Madam.
It's
For
gonna be
the water.
before the water. It's gonna be coffee break.
Yeah, okay,
And before that, it's gonna be this.
Okay.
Are we going for the coffee break?
We have a special something to perform here. There is a couple of our volunteers that they're finishing their terms, and this may well be their last meeting. So we want to recognize them, and so we'll do that now. If you want, so hopefully they're in the room.
Yeah, just before the coffee break. So we're gonna take.
Yes, it won't be long. Just
Get your attention for 2 minutes to thank some volunteers.
okay. So Ilevi. Oh, sure. I guess I should go to the. No?
Yes, because we're gonna take a nice formal picture.
Okay, let's go. So Ilevi, if you can walk with me. Here. Oh,
She
yes,
was in the back.
wow.
There you go.
So let's walk together. they need a picture, so apparently everyone's got to do it. Thank you very much for all these years, and hopefully we can still see you. It's just because you finished one role that we cannot.
Yes, I still have this year to go. So-
Okay.
Thank you very
No,
much.
but yes.
Thank you very
okay,
much. Yes,
yes.
that's been a long.
Yes, yes, this was effectively for you're all on ASC is terminating, so at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's at this meeting, considering that the other one is a small meeting, that
Yeah,
you're
I
receiving this.
understand. Yeah.
You're not free to not attend ASC meetings anymore.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The next one is Marc Tardif for your role on the Mortality Virtual Forum. Marc, are you in the room? Okay, I guess not. Let's continue. I think Bill Whelan. Bill? Yes, yes, yes. For your role as IAA delegate on the Aston board. Yes, and I think your role as chair of the General Insurance Forum. Yes, surprise. This is no. So I don't know how we take the pictures with these two certificates. Okay. Well, we'll take General Insurance. Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
There's more than one?
Well, there's one for the Aston board.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Oh, move over. You don't need to move over.
Yes.
Okay, we got it.
Thank you very much. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, and the last one that we want to recognize is Michael. Michael, for end of your mandate as section liaison. Yeah. Yes. So sorry for that. Wrong pronunciation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have a break.
30-minute coffee break.
Something about jazz that releases inhibitions. Sort of cheap, mass-produced narcotic. Something about jazz that releases inhibitions. Sort of cheap.
We're going to start in any time now. So if you want to reach your seat. Well, it's lovely in the sense that people are. Yeah. It's another. So. Is it a lot? Yes. We're ready to resume. And I will pass the mic to Roseanne as for continuing on the SPC update. It's lovely.
Thank you so much. So the Strategic Planning Committee is presenting basically three statements of intent for approval at the meeting this afternoon. So the first one we have now passed is on the Future Actuary Task Force. The second one is on water-related risks, and I will pass the to you to mic to this one.
Roseanne, well, thank you very much. So this PC update, basically, as I have mentioned at the town hall earlier this week, the SOI on task force has been tasked with exploring the topic regarding water and discovered in their work that water indeed was much more an impact than we expected when we started. Although we were studying this risk that it was a major problem. Different activities can perform when there is too much water or when there is not enough clean water. The number of industries that depend on water is enormous. And so rarely reflect on that as we expect water to be available with all discovered agriculture requires water to grow food, nuclear plants need water for cooling, river transportation needs decent levels of water, mining industries, processes often require massive amount of water, yet water is often not adequately priced, no use with too much water or when there is not enough clean water. That to create awareness of the broad implication of water. We instead to work with scientists to explain to us the dynamic of water as of now, but also as it will evolve over time, so that we can model the various water risks mathematically and adapt to change in a timely manner. The intention for us is to focus on the implication for insurance and repercussions for investment for price. No use with too much water. My other app. So we are in this motion and the council approved SOI for the IAA activities of water-related risk as recommended by the Strategic Planning Committee. As I have we can model the various
Anyway, it does seem like a long time, and as a friendly suggestion, I would suggest that perhaps once a year at the council, we have an update to make sure that we're on track and we're achieving the objectives.
I'll certainly, I think the task force will be very pleased to have the opportunity to address that topic, as we believe that it's a very important one. Yes. Any further questions, comments for me?
Thank you. I just want to say that we're very excited by this statement of transition, but water is so important to so many people around the world in so many different ways. It really will build on and enhance the work that we've been doing on climate risk and also support our work on the Sustainable Development Goals, which we are happy to hear about. And I think that this is a really, really important initiative.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Thomas, comments?
Yes, so no questions about the water topic scope, which is also a question that addresses the ESG topic. My question is more about governance, because we are adding task forces reporting back to EC. Just a question about governance of IAA, which I thought as all the task forces are reporting to EC, just about the timeline and the efficiency of the organization, because we are quite moving apart between committees on one side and task forces on the other side, and reducing the job of committees and so on, where we are representing people from associations, instead of having on the other side task forces reporting directly to the EC. So there's some kind of trust that are developed and not giving a good share between EC and committees about doing matters.
So, very good comments. In fact, this is something that we've reflected on. It's at this point, as you adopt this, it's going to be the EC deciding where it will go, but we're exploring the idea that it would go under advance. So, effectively, to get a committee that is watching this, that is also representative of the association. So, I'm not going to decide for EC, but this is already a consideration. So, very good comments. In fact, this is something that we really have on. It's at this point, as you adopt this, we're then ready to vote. If you will go hard or vote on
Online is terrible.
computer. So, effectively, to get a committee that works, watching this, also in practice. Representative of the association. So, one thing that I'm not going to decide for EC, but this is already a consideration. Thank you very much. Yes, now back to you.
Thank you very much. So now we'll go on to the third one, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. So those of you who were able to attend the town hall will have seen some of my colourful slides at town hall. But let me just give you a little bit of a background on the Sustainable Development Goals, and then I'm also going to talk a little bit about how this all fits together as well. So of course, the Sustainable Development Goals are a set of goals that were set up by the United Nations, by their General Assembly back in 2015, and there's a whole series of objectives under each of those 17 goals, and the intention is to achieve them by 2030. Of course, this is very ambitious, but certainly provides a lot of focus in terms of things that are required for sustainable development globally. In fact, the UN characterized them as a blueprint for shared peace and prosperity for people and the planet, now and in the future. So what that means is it's again bringing that intersection between environmental, social, and economic issues. And so you can see, of course, the link to ESG, which is a lot along the lines of bringing together environmental, social, and economic and governance aspects. So you can see here the potential for actuarial involvement in the various sustainable development goals is in terms of sustainability of projects, the measuring and monitoring. There's 169 goals in total. Many countries have set up monitoring mechanisms, and there's certainly an opportunity for actuarial involvement, and also assessing the risks that are associated with achieving the SDGs. Now, this is not just something that's important to us, but if you go to the next slide, something that is also significant for our supranational partners. And the Access to Insurance Initiative, which is an important partner for us in terms of particularly creating broader access to insurance and to financial services generally in less well-served populations around the world. And we have partnered with them, of course, on the initiative to upskill supervisors around their understanding of actuarial reporting. But the A2II has also produced a fairly extensive report on this issue of insurance and social sustainable and so there's an opportunity for a joint vision between policymakers, supervisors, and the insurance industry and other areas of the financial sector to develop these solutions for addressing the goals. Now, of course, the question is which goals will we focus on? You'll see there's some key themes identified, which we've just lost the slides. Some key themes identified around gender issues, emerging markets, financial inclusion, and also disaster resilience. And those are all areas where there's the potential for insurance solutions, and the sort of direction of thinking of the Access to Insurance Initiative has been around the development of public-private partnerships in addressing some of the protection gaps in these areas. So it's important that again the work of the IAA is not necessarily to reproduce or duplicate work that has already been done, but to leverage off projects like this one that has been done by the Access to Insurance Initiative. And we're also aware that there are a number of our member associations that have been doing work in the area of SDGs, and already even in some of the sections, this has been an area where individual actuaries have indicated interest and are doing some work. So go on to the next slide. So in terms of the process as it's set out in the statement of intent that is before you for approval, is the first step is around gathering information on what is happening in the IAA. So across our member associations, across work in the sections, and where this is also touched on the work of some of the forums. And identifying the focus on 4 or 5 of the most relevant sustainable development goals. And of course, important to notice that we've already done extensive work on climate, and of course we have just approved a project focusing on water. So the SDG task force will be looking at how that can be integrated with other sustainable development goals. So one of the first steps you can see is about creating awareness. So awareness amongst actuaries of the potential to support these SDGs, obviously in their own region as well as across the world. And as I highlighted, also the important link between SDGs and ESG, because that kind of triple bottom line reporting is something that is also becoming a significant matter when it comes to reporting generally. Then identifying protection coverage gaps. This is where the interest of the supras generally lies. particularly as we emerge from the disruption of COVID, and also how risks like climate risk are uncovering protection gaps that we need to identify. And then you'll see there's an environment scan and identifying how we can reduce those, particularly through public-private partnerships, and suggesting things like the increased use of insurance through various models, and also social security, which is well within the scope of actuarial practice. So a lot of this is around coordinating and gathering information and making that available to encourage work to be done across the entities in the IAA, as well as in the member associations who are going to be closer to the countries who are now measuring and monitoring their own progress towards the SDGs. So if we go on to the next one. So just to be clear in terms of how we're coordinating these efforts, you can see there that I have I've linked the work of the Climate Risk Task Force and of course a specific focus on water risks to some of the individual SDGs, and even the equipping actuaries to contribute to in the Future Actuary Task Force to financial inclusion, SDG 17. All of this is linked together. So it's important to note, and I guess to one of the points that was made earlier as well, that the role of these task forces is not necessarily to take on this work, but rather to encourage and coordinate this work to take place in the appropriate areas within the IAA, and to equip member associations who are looking to take these kind of projects further as well. So on that basis, I hope that provides some explanation. If we go to the next one, in terms of the intention of the statement of intent. So I'll hand back for the vote.
Yes, so you have this motion to approve the SOI on the IAA activities on UN Sustainability Development Goals, as recommended by the Strategic Planning Committee. Any mover? Thomas? Any seconder? Yeah. Discussion? Oops. Christian, any issue?
Sorry,
okay.
we get left.
Okay. Any discussion? Oh, wow, that was very clear.
I was expecting
Yes.
a flood of questions.
Yes. Well, then I guess we're ready for vote.
There is a question.
Oh, the year. Okay, yes, sorry.
Microphone.
My apologies, I went to look up something on the goals. I see that goal 4 related to quality education is not one that made it through the initial review, and I'm very sensitive to, we can't tackle everything. I'm curious with some of the discussions we've had about future of the profession and making sure that we're continuing to promote financial literacy and so on, what the rationale was that that quality education didn't make it onto the list. Because it would seem to me that there are some very good things that as a profession we could contribute globally to improving in certainly not in every area of education, but within mathematics, actuarial science, financial literacy, which I see a huge need for.
Thank you. That's a great question, and perhaps to clarify that at the moment there is no list. So the first task of the task force is going to be to look at that focus, and that will be informed by the work that's been done by member associations around the world to say, what are you focusing on, and how can we amplify and support that. So the first task is to take into account work that is being done elsewhere in terms of the other task forces, and also projects that are perhaps already underway. So just because it doesn't become an area of focus doesn't mean that it's perhaps not being dealt with adequately. So it might be that the task force says, well, on certain of these, there's goals that are relevant, but there's work already being done, and others where it's an opportunity to simulate that work. Thanks.
Okay. Any further questions? Yes, so I guess we're now ready to vote. Please raise your voting card. And for those on others, please vote on the electronic device. Again, fairly good support, yes. And we're waiting for the electronics.
Only support online, Madam President.
Okay, congratulations.
Well, thank you very much for that support. So I guess that takes me to my work plan slide. Thank you. So, so I think this is my last slide, is on the work plan of the Strategic Planning Committee. So you'll see that I've flagged that Q1 with a tick in terms of the work that that has been done. And the way that the work plan of the Strategic Planning Committee was organized for this year is we identified tasks for each quarter, but bearing in mind, of course, that the mandate of the Strategic Planning Committee is to consider areas of strategic significance or issues of strategic significance, which I think, as we have all learned, are not things that you can necessarily predict in advance. So, so there's of course scope always to raise additional issues, and that's why in each of the quarters on our work plan we have horizon scanning. So when we did our horizon scanning for the first quarter, which is where we invited the member associations in the Strategic Planning Committee to suggest areas that we need to think about, then the topics that came up are the topics that then formed our agenda for these meetings. And we have had some very interesting discussions over the last 2 days, so this morning and yesterday's meeting, on these topics of banking failures, artificial intelligence, and the implications of geopolitical risks. And so the next step for the Strategic Planning Committee will be to prioritize those topics, and that may well involve some reprioritization of the topics that were set out originally in the work plan. So you can see that horizon scanning then fits into all of those topics. So if there are areas that any member association feels should be taken into account from a horizon scanning point of view, please feel free to contact me as my role in chair or through the secretariat to make sure that those are brought to the attention of the Strategic Planning Committee. And then, of course, we will be factoring in these topics that have been discussed into the work plan going forward. So I guess it just remains for me to really thank the members of the Strategic Planning Committee for their diligence, that we now have 3 SOIs approved. There's certainly a lot going on, and there's been a lot to consider. So really appreciate the engagement that we have in this structure. And I guess, Charles, thanks to you as well for what the work that you did on the renewal, which put the structure in place, because I think the kind of discussions that we're having here is certainly bearing fruit in terms of moving us forward. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions on the work of the SPC.
Any question? Any question to Roseanne? I think you've been very clear.
Thank you. Christian, I think you can move on then.
You should be sitting just earlier today, we've accepted the Actuaire du Monde as IAA observer. Madame Gayane Arsenian is now with us, and I'm wondering if you want to say a few words to our group.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and my apologies that I didn't take this opportunity from the first sight. Well, thank you very much for you to approve as ADM as an observer member. So far we have done a lot of work, which were included seminars, workshops, and on microinsurance and on ERM. And now we are ready to work together, collaborate with IAA because it will be mutually beneficial, and we will achieve like higher goals than separately. Especially, we have a lot of volunteers worldwide who are willing to volunteer in different projects and to ask for help, especially in emerging countries, including Africa, Eurasia, also. Yeah, what else I can say? Thank you very much, and I really appreciate that you gave me this opportunity to say words, and thank you for this chance.
Well, question about this. Next slide, I guess. Nomination committee will call Jan Kars to the microphone. Jan Kars, chair of the nomination committee.
Thank you, Madam President. So good afternoon, everyone. And for the ones who are online, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. So now we are talking about the nomination committee. Next slide, please. So what is the nomination committee exactly doing? That is something we certainly wonder. Now, I can tell you that for every position within our organization, in some ways, the nomination committee is involved, especially if you talk about the position of the new president-elect. That is the most important choice we have to make. Today, we are going to have an announcement, and that is one of those very important tasks. Secondly, if you talk about the statutory committees, we are also involved in nominating for the council, because you need to approve those positions, for the chairs and the vice chair. So that is our main role. Next slide, please. But it's not only for the president-elect role and for the statutory committees. We are also involved in all the chairs and vice chairs positions for other committees, for forums, but also for the positions of members of those committees, as far as these are limited in time. So these are the things we are involved with besides what's it called? Just a moment. The delegates to sections. That is also something where we need to be come up with names which will be eventually the executive committee to ratify, the executive committee to decide on, and the council to ratify. Next slide, please. How's the composition of the nomination committee? Now, it starts with the chair, and that is the penultimate past president. Until a couple of years ago, I've never heard of that term. But what it exactly means is that Roseanne will be the next chair for next year. She is now the immediate past president, and next year you will be penultimate past president. And besides all the members you see here in the back, all of the officers are also involved in the nomination committee, and you also see in which years their term will end. Next slide, please. Last year, at the end of last year, we sent a letter to all FMAs asking for nominations for potential candidates for all kinds of positions. And that solicitation process is now complete for all of the mentioned entities. And we are busy. We are busy at this moment. This meeting in Sydney We've had already 2 meetings discussing all the different candidates, comparing each other, talking about diversity. That's something I'm going to touch on later. And over the last month, we've been busy as well interviewing candidates for the president-elect function, for instance. So it is something which is happening in the back, but it is an important role we have. Next slide, please. Talking about diversity. Now, you've heard already so many things about diversity. Lisa already had a presentation on it. We heard our Madam President about it. I guess Roseanne mentioned something. And there's also an obligation and a responsibility for the NC to look after diversity. Because, of course, we are looking at the quality of candidates. But in the end, it is also pretty important that we have the right composition of the group where if we talk about committees and forums, etc. So we need to have a proper discussion, diversity in thought, but also, as Gabor mentioned, diversity in culture, diversity in gender, age, etc., to come up with the right reports, advices, or whatever. So, as every year, what we do, next slide please, is try to put it in figures what that diversity exactly meant. But before we're going to do that, in this slide you see how many candidates are proposed by the different FMAs. So you see that ALOA really increased their number. Europe is a little bit behind, but probably that has something to do with the fact that if you look, it is not confidential. You simply can see how the composition of the different committees are. And in some years, it is simply that for some positions, it is not very logical to have another European candidate anymore because we already have so many other European candidates. So probably it has something to do with that fact that the FMAs who looked at the open positions already for themselves chosen what the chances are and came up with less candidates. And USC also came up with less candidates, but it's not that important because we have limited positions. On the other hand, for the nomination committee, it's pretty important to have enough choices. So I certainly would encourage you to come up with enough names for us because we want to have choices. Otherwise, if we only have one candidate for one position, yeah, sometimes we need to look after for more candidates to really make a good choice. It's not an automatic process. If there's one position, then it will be filled with one candidate which is available. So we really need to have the good composition of the different groups. And now up to diversity. So next slide, please. If you look at by the way, for the former slide, first of all, if you look at ALOA, which increased the number of potential candidates, that is really something which we really appreciate, especially last year at the end of the year, we sent out a letter where we really encouraged the smaller associations and also ALOA to come up with enough names. Because we want to be a real global firm, meaning that we really represent all actuaries around the world, whether they are in developed countries or fast-growing countries, as Roseanne expressed it. It depends on what kind of definition you use. So therefore, we are pretty pleased that ALOA is really coming up with more and more candidates. Next slide, please. And then talking about the size of the associations. What we also asked last year, at the end of last year, was that also smaller associations will come up with more names, and don't be too modest. And simply, if you think that you have a right candidate, simply propose those candidates, because this is something, as I said, which is important. Otherwise, you end up with constantly the same kind of potential candidates, which is not good for the composition of groups. And otherwise, you are not really representing everyone, which is our aim. Next slide, please. If you talk about gender, and that is an interesting slide. What you see over here, these are numbers. What kind of conclusions can we draw out of this? Now, first of all, if you compare from IAA, you see in 2023, 5 for the female candidates. They came up with 5 out of 22 candidates, female candidates, and that was a percentage of 23%. And for 2024, that is 36%. So that is a good signal, more female candidates, because that is what we are aiming for, to really represent the total profession. If you look at Europe, that percentage was last year 19% and this year 21%, not a lot of difference. And if you look at USC, so the US and Canada, last year it was 25% and now it's 47%. So a large increase. So overall, we are quite pleased with the fact that more female candidates are proposed for us to the nomination committee to choose out of. Next slide, please. Another one is the language. I'm still speaking in English. Perhaps Thomas will raise questions in France. In French later on, but of course it is quite limited how many languages we speak in public, and it's quite easy. For those who speak English fluently, they have an advantage. But at the same time, as said, we want to be a global organization representing everyone, and everyone, also the non-native English speaking persons, need to have a chance to really participate in the conversations. So that is something where we are really aiming for, that also the ones who are not native English speaking candidates, that they present themselves as potential. And it is up to us as an organization to accommodate the right conversations, and that the ones who are better in speaking English, that they speak slower, etc., etc., etc. So what we asked as nomination committee is also not to be shy, and for the ones who are not native English speaking, come up with your names and show yourself, because we are certainly looking for the right diversity also regarding language. If you look at the figures, so from IAA, the non-native English, so that is the second column, 6 out of 22 last year. That means last year that percentage was 27%. And this year, if you look at the numbers, it's 61%. So our call for more non-native English speaking persons really worked. We are very pleased with that. For Europe, that percentage was last year 68% and this year 79%, also an increase. And for USC, that was 29% and 31% this year, so quite similar. But overall, we are pleased with that our call really worked on the language as well. I don't have a graph regarding age. We already had the discussion on that diversity on age is pretty important. We already speak about it for a couple of years. Perhaps it is possible. I don't know whether we record it. We don't. But it would be interesting, of course, to show anything regarding age and whether we really see that also more younger volunteers come up not only as a member in committees, but also as in more important roles in committees as vice chair or as chair. So, regarding culture, now, Gabor, perhaps we need to have a discussion how to measure that or how to show that, whether we do our best in really creating a culture of diverse cultures. So, but that is something, at least within the nomination committee, we challenge ourselves constantly that it's not only the quality of candidates, but we really look at all kinds of different factors. And it's not something we can do, we really can make kind of checklist, gender, culture, age, or whatever. So it is something where we need to have an open discussion and look at different factors. And that's also the reason, one of the reasons, and it's very nice that our nomination committee is also pretty diverse in its composition, meaning that we have great dialogues. I wouldn't say it discussions. We have dialogues and really listen to each other why we think that certain candidates are better in this composition of a committee or a forum or whatever. Next slide, please. I'm not going to present all those blocks. This is a slide which Tonya used last year. At the moment, she was the chair of the nomination committee. But I would like to mention a couple of things. As nomination committee, we totally depend on the candidates you propose to us. And that is over the last couple of years, I've noticed that constantly we are asking for also other candidates taking some risks, etc., etc. So not only the white grandfathers like me. So we certainly need to be aware that you end up with all the same candidates. Well, we depend on you. And that is something where every year we have discussions in the nomination committee, what we can do about it. We asked the task force of diversity and inclusion also to give advice. And we are in constant conversations also with the officers, what we can do about it. And there are already a couple of workshops on diversity and inclusion. And one of the things we are thinking of is to have, before we are sending out the letter at the end of this year for the positions later on for next year, I mean for the positions for 2025, it is. Before we are going to send out that letter, perhaps we are going to organize a specific workshop on that. Simply to have an open discussion among us, not exactly what diversity means, but what we can do in our nomination process to get to a more diverse result. We are on a good track, but certainly there is room for improvement. So these are the ideas we have, and we have more ideas also in the solicitation process, in interviews, etc. If you think of the language issue, sometimes there's a language issue, what we can do about that. But that is something for later on. By the way, what we've seen this year is also quite interesting, that our call for other kind of candidates really worked. But in some cases, we noticed that candidates were proposed for pretty high functions for president-elect or the executive committee. And some of those candidates were not really known within the group of the members of the nomination committee. because those candidates were not really have not been really active within the IAA. Of course, you can always do that, but the chance to get through those higher positions is lower. So sometimes it's, or normally I would give the advice, if you really want to make an influence within the IAA, at least try to start making yourself visible within the IAA, and start with positions like vice chair in committees, etc. And it's not that I want you not to come up with names for a chair position or executive committee positions, but it is simply an advice to you that don't risk too much on that. That only a position in the executive committee is the best what you can get, and you are only aiming for that or whatever. So start slowly, and that is a topic which perhaps we can implement in that workshop as well later on in the year. Another thing, another message I would like to give to you is that we also noticed that a number of people were open for renewal, or their term ended, but they were not proposed to be renewed by their FMAs. So we had something like, oh, their term ends, they have the ability to renew their position, and we didn't get any proposal for that, and that is a pity. So in quite a number of cases, we needed to reach out to the candidate itself, to their FMA. Are you aware of this? And not always that was the case. So therefore, I would ask you to look after at what moment your term ends, or your candidates for your candidates ends, and really look after the renewal. And the last one is lobby. Lobby. It's quite interesting that also this year, it's not only this year, but other years as well, is quite often we notice that there's a kind of lobby that for some candidates, you notice it's not only their own FMA who are projecting their candidate as a potential, but also they get the support of other FMAs. Now, that is something which is certainly interesting for us, but it's not leading. So it's not that I would try to avoid that process. If you want to lobby or start a lobby, go ahead. But for us, it's not the most important element. It's interesting to know for us, but not more than that. Yeah, that's all what I wanted to say on this. And then we come to the very important slide, and that is, who will be the new president-elect of 2024? Next slide, please. Bozena! Yeah, what can we say about Bozena? Next slide, please. Yeah, everyone knows Bozena. So it is, yeah, what can I tell more about it? So besides her normal work, which she has, and all the her voluntary work in the Australian Association, she, over the last couple of years, she has done tremendous work for the IAA. So, and then not only she has been in so many positions, she really came with results. So she got really things done. And that has been the reason for us to select Bozena as the new president-elect. And I really like to thank you, Bozena. Also, the interview was fun, and we know your enthusiasm. Even within the nomination committee, the word cheerleader was mentioned. but in a positive sense. So probably, I don't know whether you're going to speak because you are our host. So thank you for hosting us. So hopefully you will get another chance today as well, because we love you. So thank you, Bozé. Then we have some formal things as well. Until now, it was possible that someone who was a vice chair in a committee and renewed it after their term of 3 years, there was a possibility to become a chair of that same committee and also renew that position. So overall, it was possible to be in a leadership position of a committee in total of 12 years. Is that correct, Mathieu? Yeah. And that is a discussion we had within the nomination committee. Is this something we really appreciate? So in some situations, we think that's not really healthy. So therefore, as nomination committee, it is our suggestion, what we recommend to council is to limit the term to 2 years in those leadership positions, which means that in total someone can serve in a leadership position of a committee of 8 years. So that is the recommendation we would like to give. And the next slide, there you see something else which we would like to recommend is in our regulations was mentioned that the candidates needed one of the conditions was that those education complies with the current IAA education guidelines. Now we had a discussion on what does that really mean. And is that really the case? Because most of us have studied years ago, and you can wonder, of course, to what extent you really comply, etc., etc. Because so we came up with the term member with an actuarial credential, which is used in many other cases within our regulations. And of course, we had a discussion about. But to what extent is every candidate exactly then? It depends on what kind of education people had really in the position to fill in a leadership role in our organization. So we also ask you to give the NC some freedom to judge whether someone is really capable to fill in that position. And beside that, a kind of cleanup, because even in our regulations regarding positions, the name fully qualified actuaries was somewhere still mentioned. And that is something we are not going to use anymore, because we are talking about members with an actuarial credential. So next slide, please. So the motion, I'm handing over to Madam President. Sorry for that.
Yes, so there you have a motion in front of you that the council approve the revised internal regulation as recommended by the nominations committee and approved by the executive committee. So this is exactly what you were being described. So in the mover, Jason, okay. Louise again. Discussion, please. Oops. Yeah.
Just a point of clarity, Mr. Penultimate Past President, or PQ as I like to call it. The shorter term is for the regular committees and forums. It is not for statutory or limited committees, so they have different terms. So if you're wondering, is it going to change the terms of the officers, for example, the answer is no. It is for normal committees and forums. Just a point of clarification.
Yeah, and in addition to that, it's not going to have an effect on the ones who are already in position. It is for future nominations.
And renewals of existing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So Questions, comments? Thomas, surprise.
I don't resist as Yann asked a question in French. Et donc, ma question, Yann, avec ce nouveau cycle de 4 ans par rapport à un cycle de 6 ans, est-ce que l'on est certain que l'on aura assez de candidats de valeur avec ce nouveau cycle qui est plus court, où donc il va y avoir plus de candidats à les rechercher?
So we have more possibilities to find more candidates. Is that what you? No, yeah, that's something I try to find out. So I chercher, that's something I understand, and plus, that's more. So was that your conclusion? We have more possibilities for more candidates. Yeah. Yeah. Quand vous parlez lentement, c'est possible pour moi de comprendre, mais. Oh, enough candidates. Okay, now that's very good that you translated. So my French is not good enough. So yeah, it's a shame, and it's an official language I learned from Thomas. So yeah. Do we have enough candidates? Yeah, that's an interesting one. So we come up with a call to you to come up with enough names, and that is something we are going to judge later on. And we think that if we have a good process of really challenging each other about the volunteer positions, we think, it's our belief at least, that in the end it wouldn't be a problem. But we will see. That's at least my answer at this moment. I can't guarantee.
Yeah, thank you. I have two things to say. One non-substantial comment on the text of the interim regulation, and one question. So the comment is that the MVOC is defined several times, and it's introduced, and the full name, member with an actual credential, and then in parentheses MWAC. It's not bad, but it's not elegant. When I issue a document, I always, look at the first encounter of such an expression, which is then acronymed, and then refer to by the acronym. So secretary can do that, and also the timing of the approval of this will be hopefully handled by the secretary, and this applies to the protocol as well. So, which is the next item on the agenda. My question is perhaps more substantial. Yesterday at the Professionalism Committee, we heard a very interesting presentation on how Australia changed from a rules-based code of conduct to a principles-based code of conduct. And my question is, would there be appetite within the IAA to turn to a principles-based regulation rather than this rather prescriptive rules-based regulation, and give more room for the judgment of the nominations committee in certain instances? And this is too complex, and there are too many rules here in this document, and I wonder whether it would be appetite within the IA to turn into a principles-based, at least partly, giving more room to judgment of the nominations committee, and not, making up all these special prescriptive rules. That's just a question. Thank you.
You were asking it to the officers, but they are handing it over to me. Council. Yeah, then I'm not part of council.
Mr. P Cube, I recommend that we put it on the list of topics for a nomination committee for the end of year meeting and get back to council.
Okay, that's it. That's the answer. So, thank you, Mathieu. No other questions, comments? Ah,
I guess we're ready to press
No,
the
no,
button.
no, no, no,
We're
Malcolm.
ready to, oh, I see Malcolm.
Yeah, I must admit, I feel a little bit undecided on this one. Not the second bit, but the first bit about terms. I'm a bit concerned, as Thomas said, that it's sort of, have we got enough candidates? And I think in certain cases, I think we're talking about 4 years. There's a difference between being a vice chair and a chair, and 4 years seems a long time, but in actual fact, time goes quickly. I would have preferred it if there was an option somewhere along to increase that if needs be. If you run out of candidates or somebody the nominations feel somebody is in the middle or something, which goes back to Garble's point about flexibility. But I said I'm a little bit. I don't know exactly how you reason. Maybe you want to outline how you came to 2 years. Why you think 2 years is so much better than 3?
Yeah, in some situations you see that the composition of a group, at least the leadership of that group, that entity, remains the same for a very long period. So that is the reason we came up with this. Secondly, if you come up with a kind of exception, we discuss it, but let's say, at least at the moment there's a renewal, there's a kind of expectation from the candidate and their FMA that the renewal simply will happen. And so we don't know exactly how we would form that flexibility where you are talking about. But certainly in some situations where we don't have enough candidates, as NC, by the way, and that is one example, what we are experiencing right now, is that if an FMA comes up with a candidate for one position, where we think that candidate could also perfectly fit within another position, we reach out to that candidate and to that FMA. So what we try to do is also as NC really managing that situation. And also this year we noticed that is working. So how the future will look like, we're not sure yet, but at least within the jurisdiction of which we have right now for the NC, we still have some possibilities. Macho.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just 2 points of information for the benefit of council. Last year, we had more than 60 candidates that were not retained for any position. This year, there's more than 40 candidates that were not retained for any position. So in terms of having enough candidates, like the recent history points to the yes. And as well, the discussions of the committee pointed out as well to our interest in having diversity, equity, and inclusion in our leadership and having quicker turnaround, thus leaving more room for change for people, seem to be supportive of that. As well, younger candidates are likely not even applying because the term is simply too high this step. And that is the feedback that we received multiple times by multiple associations over the last 3 years. So the committee was very, very sensitive to that feedback, and thus the recommendation that we stand behind.
Yeah, and as mentioned, we need to manage this, meaning that in some situation you don't have enough candidates, and we reach out to FMAs as NC, whether we can find a solution, and so far we've succeeded in that.
Thank you. We very much support this motion. We think that 8 years is quite a long time to be in a leadership position on one of these committees in any case, and this is a matter of good governance. It's important that we have a slightly higher turnover than that on these committees.
Thank you.
Any other observation, question, comments? Okay. I guess we're ready for the vote. So please present your card, those on the line vote electronically. I think in this case, I'm going, okay, so this looks like the majority, just for, I think I'm going to ask those that are against, just, yeah, as we have some indication, or abstain. Abstain, okay,
Right?
okay. And then internet.
Full support on that.
Full support, okay, so the motion is passed. And I guess the experience will tell us whether we're doing the right things or not, but effectively, from a diversity point of view, this is certainly going in the direction, I would say. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Question. Yes, next slide. Audit and Finance Committee. So we're inviting Brendan Council, Chair of the Audit and Finance, to address us.
Are we not voting on the protocol?
It was the same vote.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. It's one document, two different types of changes, one motion.
Good?
Yeah. Yes, Brendan.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning, I think, to everybody online. Yeah, my name's Brendan Council, and firstly, I would just like to say I hope you're all enjoying your stay in Sydney. We're really pleased to have you here. So, and perhaps also before I get into the serious stuff, thanks to everybody who bared the cold last night and came out to the football. It was. The Sydney team were the underdogs, and I genuinely thought they were going to lose, actually, but I'm putting it down to the extra international support we had at the stadium that they got across the line. So, okay, enough of that, on to business. So I'm going to just talk through the financial statements today. So brief agenda. Firstly, just a brief introduction, and in particular, thank you to the 2022 chair of the Audit and Finance Committee, which is Jane Curtis. So I've taken over her role this year, and Jane in particular did a lot of really good work and hard work on the risk register, which I'm going to talk about in a second. And also she really gave me a smooth handover, so I'm really grateful to her from that. So thank you to Jane. Maybe if we could go to the next slide, please. So I'll just talk briefly before we get into the financial statements, which I believe were attached with the agenda. Just some of the recent activities of the Audit and Finance Committee, and some of the things that we will be focused on for the remainder of this year, at least. So the first one we've got there is the embedding of the updated risk register, which, as I said, Jane really did a lot of good work to help develop over the last year in 2022. We've now finalised the IAA's risk register. It's more comprehensive than it previously was, with red, amber, green ratings on key risks to which the IAA is exposed. It incorporates some monitoring and includes accountabilities by some of the statutory committees, as well as the IAA operations team. So that's all clearly articulated in the document now. And we'll be focused on that for this ongoing, and particularly the monitoring and mitigation activities, and identifying emerging risks, potentially some of the things that were discussed in the Strategic Planning Committee over the last couple of days. We are closely monitoring investment performance. So you may recall that in 2022, we moved to a new investment manager, updated our investment policy, So we're now receiving regular reporting from the investment manager, ensuring our asset allocations and investments remain appropriate and within risk appetite. I've got cyber insurance there, so the recent work on the risk register and also some recent high-profile data breaches around the world drew our attention to this. So we have purchased, the IAA has purchased some cyber insurance cover, and the Audit and Finance Committee was involved in that. And the final thing that we are looking at, still work in progress for this year, just given the IAA's focus on sustainability, we're starting to look at ways that we can potentially help the IAA reduce its carbon footprint, particularly as it relates to international travel, carbon credits, etc. As I said, still work in progress for that one. If I can go to the next slide, please. Just some key highlights on the financial statements to 31 December 2022 before I dive into a few of the numbers in more detail. We had a surplus reported to the end of the year of $83,000 compared to about $728,000. Now that feels like a big drop. Sorry, all of these figures are Canadian dollars that I'm referring to here. However, it is actually quite a good result, noting that we went back to in-person meetings during 2022, and that's the IAA's single largest expense. We had a surplus. We have got a healthy balance sheet position, about a $4 million net asset position at 31 December 2022. Our portfolio return was about minus 3.68%, but that was not bad compared to the benchmark return, which was even lower than that. Most of that is attributed to our bond portfolio holdings, which is about a bit over 50% weighting, and attributed most of that loss. The equities portfolios performed much better and had positive returns to balance that out. So all in all, everyone I'm sure will be well aware of the challenging investment conditions during 2022. So that all in all was, I think, not a bad result. Expense growth has been well controlled despite restarting meetings in person post the COVID period, and I'll talk to some of that a little bit later. So next slide, thank you. So we're all actuaries. We want to look at the numbers. So here they are. Our balance sheet. So that's just a summary of our balance sheet. All the details in the draft financial statements. Assets and liabilities there of about $4 million net asset position. So we actually performed slightly better than budget overall on the revenue statement. You'll note on the balance sheet a significant reduction in our cash holdings. So we did increase our holdings in the longer term bond portfolios during 2022. And the other number on the liability side that you might notice is the $760,000 of liability balance, mostly relates to restricted funds, so Congress bursary funds and the IAA special fund contributions from the 2018 ICA. I think there's about $600,000 of that balance. And those are all reserves used to finance council and committee meetings, and also bursaries, so travel costs of delegates from developing countries who wish to attend the meetings. Maybe if I can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so I think I've mentioned that we've moved our cash holdings down to more longer term bond holdings. We've had prepaid expenses of 199 versus 187, so they've been reasonably flat during the year. And I've spoken about the bursary funds there, the liability position. If we can go next slide. Yep, thank you. So membership revenue has been pretty flat overall. There was some small increase in the sections membership revenue, but overall reasonably flat during 2022. Just some of the notes, the other income, which is note 11 in the financial statements. Just some commentary around that to perhaps give some clarity. Perhaps I'm anticipating some questions. Subscription revenue in that note, it represents revenue for the Aston Bulletin for the sections. Also, note 4 mentions a realised gain of approximately 300,000. That was as a result of the transferring of the investments, the custodianship of the investments, which had to be sold down and reinvested with a realised gain there, and that was offset by some unrealised losses, I think around 400,000 in bond market movements, as I've referred to. In general, the slow return to in-person meeting attendance has kept the increase in expenses generally reasonably stable or well controlled. Yeah, sorry, thank you. So just another few comments again. If you're looking at the financial statements, some comments on the expense lines. Support staff expenses were flat, just slightly lower than last year. There has been some vacant positions and some staff on leave that were contributing to that. Office space continues to be similar costs to pre-pandemic, and the IAA is looking at subletting that space to save some expenses there. That's work in progress. But again, overall, the biggest increases in expenses obviously is just due to the restarting of the in-person meetings during 2022. I think next slide. So just to round it out, we have received an unqualified audit from our auditors. And in particular, thank you to Caroline Banks, who's not present today, but she does a lot of hard work behind the scenes with the IAA's finances, and in particular bringing together the financial statements and the process of the audit. The auditor's recommendation to create a surplus reserve was implemented in 2022, so you may remember that. So we're now at a reserve to budget expense ratio of about 93%, so it's come down a little bit, and that's forecast to reduce as we move into sort of the post-pandemic activity and more activity with in-person meetings. The Audit and Finance Committee will obviously monitor that very closely. So before I pass back to Micheline, I think any questions before we have the motion?
Sorry. So may I have a mover?
Was there a question? Sorry, did you have a question?
No, we're going to.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh.
Move them out, and then you'll have questions.
Okay, sorry. No, apologies. I'm not familiar with the process.
Is moving. Anybody seconding?
There's a mic.
Okay. Okay. Now that we have that, does anybody have a question? Malcolm.
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you for a very good report. I had one or two questions that were answered during the report, so I don't need to pose those questions. The one thing I noticed with report and accounts is at the end, there is a breakdown of revenues and expenses between the IAA excluding sections and each individual sections. I think I'm right in saying previous years there's been a breakdown of the balance sheet, which doesn't seem to be. I think there was, but
no, pull them down on the website.
Whether or not there was, which I think there was, but I do remember. Maybe not the last one, but I do remember. Anyway, I think it would be useful to be able to see not necessarily a breakdown of the whole balance sheet, but the net assets. I'm not saying we need to do it now for this, but I think going forward it would be useful to have a breakdown.
Yep, we can look at that. Yeah.
Okay, we're taking note of the.
You're talking about the statement of financial position. That what you were talking about, Malcolm?
At the very end, there is a schedule of revenues and expenses, unaudited.
Okay, so we're talking about the wrong thing. So in the past, we used to have a schedule of financial position, which is I guess what you're talking about in terms of the assets. We did not have it this year. It was not part of the audit plan, but we can ask it to be broken down for the future.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it needs to be a part of the audited.
It's always unaudited anyways.
Yeah, I mean, but I think it's useful information to have to see the net assets.
No, I understand.
Okay, I guess we're taking note of it.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comment? Therefore, we're ready to vote. Please show your card, and on the those online, please vote electronically. So yes, you can rest. It's majority support, and the same thing on electronically. Okay.
Full support.
Full support. Yes.
Hartwig had his hand up, sorry. Online?
Wait.
Oh, Hartwig, we didn't see that.
Wait.
Hartwig had his hand up online.
Okay, sorry.
Apologies, Hartwig. Give the floor.
So,
yes,
can you hear me?
So, what's his name again?
It's Hartwig from Austria.
Hartwig.
Yes.
Hartwig, yes, what is your question?
Can you hear me?
We don't hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
It's a long way from Austria to Australia. So my question was, it was told that the highest increase in expenses is on the events and on the increased activities after COVID. And so my question to the board or to the directors is, do you have any ideas or measures how this increase will be slower in 2023? Do you have any measures how you can keep also the event costs under control?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. And I might pass to Mathieu in a moment if there's any sort of detail that you need, but I think the focus by the IAA has been quite squarely on the cost of things like hotels, conference centres for the events. And I think they have been effectively looking at cities and locations as well as the hotels that will keep that cost contained. That's not to say that it's not necessarily going to increase, but I think it's something that is very top of mind for the Audit and Finance Committee and for the IAA.
If I may add just one or 2 points. As you know, we are always very cost conscious in some of our events. I mean, it is saying it nicely, this type of property is a test, and some of the feedback that we have received is maybe that it was a little too much on the frugal side, maybe for some of our needs. So yes, we are constantly trying and assessing, and I mean, it is no secret that for most venues, like the year-over-year price increase has been tremendous. And as long as there is a deep unbalance in the restoration industry in terms of inflation for food costs, staff costs, labor shortage, and so on, we do expect that it will be a continuous jigsaw puzzle that we will play with over the next many years, but we are very well served by two professional, internationally certified event managers who are doing very, very lot of good work. And I do recommend, and when you pass by registration counter, that you give them a little high five, because it's been a tough week for my staff. Oh yeah, and of course, thank you, Madam President. And of course, we have, and this is more for the information of some of the participants who may not have been in the past. In prior years, pre-pandemic, we would have 2 large meetings per year. Now we have, during the work of the restructure, we have determined to reduce the IA's cost, that we would do 1 large meeting per year. So this is the large meeting per year. And the one in Lisbon is going to be what we refer to as the small meeting. So where we have much fewer committees meeting. The committees that are meeting are usually the statutory committees, and committees that are have requested to meet for a second time in person, and which such request having been approved by the executive committee. So the second one is much more budget friendly, and we are compensating with our lovely use of the Zoom meeting as much as possible, with 19 hours of time zone, as you guys know very well.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question, Hartwig?
Yes, thank you.
Dankeschön.
Whoops. Brendan. Next slide. Business agenda. So we've now covered all our items on the statutory agenda. So now we're starting our business agenda. And the first report will come from the Actuarial Standard Committee and will be performed by its chair, Andrew Chamberlain.
Thank you. As I had an Australian grandmother, I think I'm entitled to greet you all by saying good day, rather than going through all the different times of day. The first item on the agenda for under item 10 was the approval of the ISAP 7. I think we may have skipped a slide, have we? Ah, there we are. It has come up at last. Wonderful wonders of technology. The papers for the council meeting include the draft, or the final draft, the proposed ISAP 7, the changes to the glossary, and the 2 necessary reports, one from the Professionalism Committee on the due process, and the other, the report on the final consultation round that took place just before this meeting ending in March. And I would like to commend this new ISAP to the council. As you will be aware, it's to mirror in with the IAIS's insurance capital standards. So, Madam President, perhaps you would like to.
Okay, now we have that on the recommendation of the Executive Committee, the councils approve ISAP 7 of current estimates and other matters in relation to the IASB Insurance Capital Standard and the associated glossary. May I have a mover? Louise and Raquel for the seconder. Okay, now discussion on the motion. Okay, this is the advantage of being at the end of the day. Then I guess we're ready to go to the vote. Please show your cards and the those outside room, please vote electronically. That sounds like a good, great support in the room and similar in that. So congratulations, Andrew. You can say that ISAP 7 is a done.
Thank you, Council, for approving that. We could then move on to the next slide. We've had a very busy meeting here in Sydney, and I can tell you from looking at the workload coming forward, we will be one of the committees asking the Executive Committee to meet in Lisbon as well. But then the ASC has often been quoted as one of the committees that's most likely to do that. One of the most important things that's on our agenda at the moment is the proposed ISAP 8. We have all the necessary approvals to work on this, and a task force has been established and has been working quite diligently over the last several weeks, up to a couple of months now. The first draft of the statement of intent for ISAP 8 was considered at the ASC meeting here in Sydney. A number of comments were made going back to the task force. I am fairly optimistic that we'll be in a position to issue the statement of intent for consultation in July coming. That will enable us with the standard 60-day consultation on that to get responses back around about September. That will probably not mean that it can be put on the council agenda for Lisbon, but we should have it for the SOI finalized around about that time. That will enable work to begin in earnest, and we can hope to get an actual ISAP 8 draft, I would hope sometime late next year. The process is a long one, and it's rightly a long one, because consultation is the way that these draft model standards do get to the best possible outcome. The due process for ISAPs contains a number of different clauses, one of which is relating to the review of ISAPs. And the ASC has been actively looking at ISAPs 5 and 6. This has led to quite a lot of interesting debate with varying inputs from those who think that they're best as they are, to those who want a wider scope, and various new items included. It is quite possible that others than the ASC may be putting forward a proposal for some changes, which would, I think, be sufficiently large that they would need a new SOI and a new full development, and may even constitute a different ISAP. But this is not work that's being necessarily driven by the ASC, and it will all go through the Strategic Planning Committee in due course, should it happen. ISAP 1 is due for consideration under the same process for review, and we have now got 2 potential items for that, one of which, of course, emerges from the CRTF considerations. ISAP 1 is the most likely place where there would need to be changes for climate risk, but also there has been a suggestion in relation to AI, and those who've been in the meetings may guess who has put forward that suggestion. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen, because something like that, I think, may be appropriately included. My initial view is that whilst ISAP 1 probably does cover it, it doesn't cover it very clearly, because it obviously wasn't thought of 10 years ago when ISAP 1 was first promulgated. We'll be moving on next year to the consideration of ISAP 2, the Social Security ISAP, and indeed even ISAP 4, the one relating to IFRS 17 for insurance accounting. It only seems a few weeks ago in the terms of these meetings, when we were meeting in Tokyo in person, and actually the approval of ISAP 4 took place. But that, of course, is now moving towards the 4-year point. And I think that it's very clear that this is going to be an interesting one, because the work that people have been doing on that IFRS has been revealing all sorts of issues with it. And now people are starting to use accounts made under that basis. So I would expect there will be pressure on the IASB. So whether we will decide that we should leave well alone for the present time until the IASB has thought about anything, we will not need to make that decision till next year, but then that's when we will do so, as it comes towards its 5-year point. We also have various miscellaneous business, but given the time, I won't bother you with that this afternoon. I'm sure Council would prefer to move on. I'm happy to answer any questions, Madam President, that members of Council may have.
So we'll start with the presenting the motion. That is, on the recommendation of the Executive Committee, Council's approved the updated strategic plan for ISAPs. Any mover? Gabor? Seconder?
Neil.
Neil? Okay. A discussion now. Okay. Then I'm assuming not on the virtual. No. Okay. So let's then go to the vote. Please raise your card if you're in favor, and similarly for those virtual, if you can vote. Thank you. You can. That looks like a very good approval, and. Let's wait. Perfectly good. So congratulations again. You can put it on the ISAP, the strategic action plan. The next report will come from the Education Committee, done by its chair, Henning Vergen.
Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity to just give a very short report on the current state of discussion within the Education Committee. A very warm welcome to everyone in the room and at home. You see what we have been doing over the last couple of months. You might recall, and Roseanne mentioned earlier, that Council last year approved an amendment to the syllabus, or essentially approved a new syllabus, dividing the contents of the syllabus into a core part, which, as the name says, contains more or less everything that's of very high relevance to the actuarial profession, and establishing an elective part of the syllabus, which contains part that might be of a good relevance for specific regions, local jurisdictions, but in the long run would add some flexibility to the syllabus to add topics that might emerge from time to time or over time, and give associations the flexibility to kind of choose those parts from electives that are very relevant to them in comparison to others. We have been working on both areas of the syllabus, especially with regard to checking membership requirement, but also working together with associations to add specific parts to the elective topics. We have formed 2 task forces to do so, and we have had several virtual meetings over the last couple of months, and a very intensive one 2 days ago with a very good discussion where we got good steps forward, and the goal is to work on a final version of the new guidelines which accompany the syllabus to be presented to Council for the Lisbon meeting. So those are the 2 essential parts we've been working on, and we have picked up on the point that you've also seen earlier on, and set up a new task force to work on CPD requirements to establish this into a stronger position. Happy to take any questions.
It seems that it's very clear.
Thank you
I
very much.
wish you good luck with your all the work that you have still in front of you. Oh, I see Simone.
Kind of elective, what would be an example of elective topics?
For example, well, currently the elective topics of the syllabus are just the ones from older syllabus. So for example, assets is in there. For many actuarial associations, assets and how to deal with assets play a very important role. But when you imagine an association that, for example, only educates P&C actuaries, going very deep into an assets part might not be that relevant for those actuaries. They would like to have a deeper understanding of predictive analytics, for example, which currently is not part of the syllabus. So when looking into the future, you might expect topics like data science, AI, ESG, accounting, whatever it may be within the elective part, where then associations can say, this is very relevant for us, for our local jurisdiction. So in addition to the core part, we take a specific part from electives, and by that cover the education requirement regarding membership. So it's that what defines our diversity as an actuarial profession, that we have a specific common ground, but a lot of topics all around.
Yeah, you may disagree with me, but to me, the guideline is the most important document. So I wouldn't say guidelines accompany the syllabus, or just the other way around. So the guidelines make sense in itself, the document. That the syllabus doesn't make sense in itself. It's just a list of topics. The principles are included into the guidelines. So I would, that may be a slight, but from my point of view, an important, distinction. So I would place education guidelines first. That's the most important document, and the syllabus accompanies the guidelines. It's a list. It's not that. From my point of view, as I say, you may, and the education committee may disagree with that, but that's my position. So I would place more emphasis on the guidelines than on the syllabus. Thanks.
You're correct, Gabor. I do disagree because the syllabus is not a list of topics. It's a very detailed document with learning objectives and defining depth and breadth for those learning objectives. So it's more than just a list of topics. The guidelines, yes, they are very important because they give the understanding on how to work with this, and is essentially for the IAA to check membership requirements. But the syllabus by itself, from my understanding, works without the guidelines. But for us as an IAA, of course, both documents are of very high importance.
Questions from?
Yeah, I think with time, it might become challenging to understand what is elective versus core.
Yes.
right? I just
Yeah,
wanted to
and
make that comment.
yeah, perhaps if you allow me one last comment. Again, in the long run, we do see a very, very high probability that topics that are currently in elective or might be in elective will move to the core part. And then we will have a discussion what still is core and defines an actuary or an actuarial qualification.
Yeah.
Any further questions to Henning?
There was a Hartwig online again.
Ah,
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me. Henning, as I already mentioned in Brussels, I would be very happy if the guidelines are not only understandable for native English-speaking people, but you have to make the language very clear and precise. So I handed the guidelines, for example, the last guidelines, to an official translator, and even this translator couldn't make it to a precise German document because there is a use of very similar meanings, and you should make the guidelines extremely precise.
Thank you, Hartwig. Well taken. We are well aware of that. And that's one of the points where we were discussing for quite some time within the meeting, finding the right wording, finding a common understanding what is meant by this. So well taken, and we are working on this.
any further questions? Henning, thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Future events. The fun part, the video part. But before, I guess the first element is you need to approve the locations for the plan that you can see there. So I'll go with you on with it. So the next meeting will be in Lisbon, Portugal. Note in May.
Oh. November.
November.
The right date was in the document to cancel. That's just it's just a PowerPoint typo, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Now it's back to November. Okay. Okay. So the next, our next meeting will be in Lisbon, Portugal, the 18th to 20th of November. I would ask you to, for those that would be attending the small meeting, to already start planning for it. The meeting in 2024 will be it will be a large meeting, and we're planning it to have it in Seoul, Korea, from May 22nd to 26th. Would you like to note that South Koreans have been very patient. They first expected us in May 2021, but then come COVID, and so South Korean actuaries, I think I would like to thank you for your patience, and we're looking forward to visiting you. That date was also being in May, and with so much. You also want to already put that in your calendar, I would say, and I think you're going to see the video after. You will absolutely want to put this in your agenda. 2024, the second date will be in Estonia, so we'll be able to celebrate with them their 25th anniversary in that year. So, and after that, in 25, we're talking Sao Paulo in Brazil and Morocco in the fall. And 26 will be Slovenia. And then remember, we have another ICA to come. It will be ICA Tokyo in November of that year. And then we have Italy. And honestly, what we could see there is we have lots of interest from very different locations. So if you are interested in inviting us in 2027 or after, please let us know.
And just one point of information, we don't have the formal date, but Estonia, we're looking at the last week of September, immediately following the JOCO, the Joint Section Colloquia that you'll hear about. So if you are very adamant at reserving your agenda in advance. Last week of September it is.
Okay. So next slide. Oops, question, yes, sorry.
A quick clarifying question. The link in the meeting agenda says November 17th to 21st. This says 18th to 20th. Do we know what
Yeah, so the difference is because the 17th and the 21st is the EC, so that's just a smaller meeting. Those are the dates for large events. But good eye.
I think we're good to move slide. So then I guess a motion that on the recommendation of the executive committee, the council approves the location of the future IAA council and committee meetings. I need the mover. Fred?
That's Sri Lanka as well. I'm going to put Sri Lanka on the list there.
Okay. So that's a seconder or?
Well, my personal preference.
So and Fred is also very agreeable.
There
So,
we
okay. Subandi, we have, yes? Supporting, okay. Agree. Well, yes, okay. We don't really need to support the mover and the seconder, but that's okay. It's a solidarity here, I understand. Okay, donc, any discussion on that topic? Not seeing any, and then it's good here. We're ready to vote. Please raise your card. I see it. Some are raising not as high as in the beginning of the session. And then online, what does it look like?
Only
good?
support.
Only support. So I guess it's adopted. And I again put this in your calendar as soon as you can. Next slide, Christian. So that's a reminder of the dates and the hotels for the one in Lisbon, or in the two hotels. Next slide. That's a great picture of Lisbon. Yes. Yes, Lord. So, Lord, you want to talk to us about what's going to happen in Lisbon?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good day from Portugal. I'm the president of the Instituto dos Atuários Portugueses, and I would like to invite you to attend the IAA meetings from 18 to 20 of November in Lisbon. This will be another opportunity to develop our profession. Please bring your expertise and also your walking shoes to visit the monuments and views that the Seven Hills of Lisbon has to offer. I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Christian, move to this invitation from Seoul. It's Seoul in French, sorry. And I think we do have a video just after that.
Somebody was supposed to.
No, you're speaking first.
You want to speak first? Okay.
Madam President and council members, delegates from membership associations here and beyond the screen. And first of all, I'd like to express gratitude on behalf of our chairman, Mr. Lee, and also the members of IAK. And indeed, it's a pleasure to have a chance to promote the event, which is to be a single large IA meeting in 2024 in Seoul. We have been working together closely with IAA to make the events successful, networking, knowledge sharing, and memorable, and also cost-effective event. And after this COVID-19, it's a really great pleasure to really have a chance to talk to you face-to-face. And I'd like to welcome you all in advance, and also looking forward to seeing you all in Seoul next year. So don't miss the short video clip we have prepared, and also the souvenir that you can find near the registration desk. Thank you. closely with IAA to make the events successful, networking, knowledge sharing, and memorable, and also cost-effective event. And after this COVID-19, it's really great.
Perhaps in the meantime, you can explain what D359 means on the previous slide. D-359 or something.
서울은 계속된다. 가장 서울답게. Your Seoul goes on.
No, that's BTS.
Yes, well, that you need to tell me. Okay. Yes, so we have another colloquium that we'd like to talk to you about. I guess if you're looking for scientific actuarial content, sections are organizing colloquia at least annually. Next year, there will be a joint colloquium in all the sections in Brussels. Sections have been quite active in providing speakers and topic for the upcoming ICA 2023. As you enjoy ICA 2023, you may want to continue the experience by attending the section joint colloquium in September 24.
Thank you, Micheline.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. So at the end of the last council in Montreal, it was my pleasure to inform you that the Institute of Actuaries in Belgium will hold the first joint colloquium of all the sections during the same week in Belgium. I am the pleasure to introduce Xavier Maréchal. Xavier is an active member of the steering committee of the organization team for the event, and I will let Xavier to tell you a few words. Xavier.
Okay, thank you, Philippe. I won't be long because there is also a video for us. It will be our pleasure to welcome you all in Brussels. You will see Brussels is a great city. We have already started for a few months to prepare actively this joint colloquium. We have already the place, etc. During this ICA, we will also try to find sponsors for the event. So if you are willing to sponsor, do not hesitate. And we are currently also selecting the guest speakers, etc. So it goes in the right direction to welcome you in 2024, in September 2024 in Brussels. So yeah, propose to play the video.
Something about jazz that releases inhibitions. It's a sort of cheap, mass-produced narcotic.
You've got music in you.
You and that trumpet of yours.
You've got music in you.
Boy, he's the greatest trumpet player in the world.
You've got music in you. You play fine trumpet. You've got music in you. I'm a big bad trumpet player.
Something about jazz that releases inhibitions. It's a sort of cheap, mass-produced narcotic.
Still a few words. So you see that the team of this joint colloquium is reconnecting actuaries. So the event will be fully on site. We will record also the session so that the video can be made available a few weeks after the event. But we really want people to come in Brussels and enjoy the city and also be able to exchange together, to reconnect together after this time of COVID the past few years.
And a last word, as I told when I announced the council and committee meeting in Brussels in 2022, it's important to come in Belgium, not only for the actual meeting, but also for the chocolate, for the waffles with chocolate, for the beer. We have more than 1,000 beer. So come in Belgium and welcome. Bienvenue à Bruxelles. Bienvenue en septembre 2024 for the joint colloquium for the JOCO 2022. Thank you very much.
Yes. So you want to pass on a message. We're all ears for you.
So before I begin, I just want to say very briefly, thank you for the nomination for President-elect. I'm absolutely honoured at the thought that you might place your trust in me, and looking around the room, I would have very big shoes to fill. But what I really want to say is welcome, welcome, welcome! It is absolutely fantastic to see you all here. I am so glad that you could make it. We have all been waiting and waiting and waiting for this time to arrive, and now it is finally here. Some of you have already told me about your trips to Bondi or to the Reef or to Uluru. And for the rest of you, don't worry, there's still time. And while you're here, we really want you to enjoy our country as much as we do. We have the best harbour, the best weather, and the best international guests. If there is anything we can do to help you get the most out of your stay here, just ask an Aussie. Ask an Aussie. All of us want to help. And ICA is almost begun. The last I heard, we had 1,483 registered attendees. %60 of them are from Australia and 40% from overseas, and those 40% are from over 50 countries. Now, at ICA, to help you break the ice with the Aussies who are going to be sitting nearby, who you may not know at first, I am giving you all a challenge. Ask them about drop bears. Drop bears. And Gabor, no ChatGPT or Google. I guarantee that as you listen to the reply, you'll be well on the way to making a new friend. And I expect a full report at the gala dinner. I do want to thank you all for making the long trip here. The flight is really a bonus attraction. Where else would you get to sit down and watch all the Harry Potter movies back to back in one sitting? Now, enjoy dinner tonight, enjoy the ICA, and celebrate the wonderful connections that we have made and will continue to make through the IAA.
Now, we have another person that'd like to address us. So, Fred, you have the pleasure of following Bozena.
Very tough challenge. Yeah, just in 1 minute and without slide. I just want to thank all of you for the support for the Young Actuaries World Cup. I mean, it's been quite great to have all the judges and in general, yeah, everyone promoting the event. So that's great. I would just need like one last bit, like as Lisa mentioned, is for the finalists. So the 4 finalists will be coming here in Sydney thanks to the IAA and ActiveView, our sponsors. So they will be physically here starting, I think, tomorrow evening. So please, first, I mean, greet them, welcome them. It's quite good to have them here. But in terms of the judging for the finalists, it will be 25% weightage on the IAA volunteers, so all of us can vote. So you may have seen in Mobilize, or if you haven't seen, I mean, please contact the IAA Secretariat. It's quite easy. There are like 4 videos to watch, so it's around 25 minutes of your time. The vote closes tomorrow evening, so please cast your vote. Just for info, the other 25%, the other 75%, there will be 1/4 from the other, like 40 other participants from the Young Actuaries World Cup. Another weightage from some the leadership of the IAA, and the last quarter from the ICA participants. So please be a good citizen and cast your vote for the finalists. Thanks. That's all I want to say.
I'd like to I have listened to the video and I voted, and I can tell you, you're not going to miss. Like it's fun to look at. You're going to enjoy it. So, Mathieu, I think you wanted to say something.
Sure. I mean, you already noted. So this is the slide for the next council committee meeting. Next slide, please. Other business, I took the opportunity to give myself the microphone. Why? Because I deserve it. Quite frankly, it's just as a reminder that if you are not on our Mobilize platform and you are relying on our email distribution list, you should become a member of our Mobilize platform and update your profile, because we will discontinue some of those email distribution lists because they are bad, old, and they require a lot of our time versus now you will have access to all the lovely people that you can. And the fact that you're going to be on the Mobilize, by the way, it is much easier for us because then we don't need to get your emails. Can I get the email of so-and-so? Can I get the email of so-and-so? It's actually usually a deeper voice that asks those questions, by the way. Yes, please go on the Mobilize if you do not know how to get there. Christian is right there. He is the Mobilize guy. But stop relying on the email distribution list, please. And always, as I said the other day, the Tier 3 breakfast, if there's one thing that I can ask of you, like really seriously, when we send out formal emails that says IA Secretariat on it, it is usually important. We usually like for you guys to take 3 minutes out of your day to read one important IA email. That is the #1 communication tool. I mean, as much as I like Neil, I can't really call him in Ghana all the day because I'm a super busy guy. And I can't call Raquel every single day because of the time zones as well. Is not easy, right? Email communication via our distribution list is going to be discontinued, but we are going to move all these things through Mobilize, but you will still get them in your email box if you follow the process correctly. Pay attention. Read our emails, please. It is the #1 communication tool that we have with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it brings us to the end of this meeting. So for those leaving right away, have a great day and safe travel. For those continuing with us with the official dinner hosted by the Actuaries Institute of Australia, there will be buses departing at 18:30 for the Maritime Museum. So be there at 18:30. And looking forward for a very nice evening, I'm sure.